Have you ever felt it? That subtle, frustrating hum of being out of sync with the life you desire. You're working hard, you're saying all the right things, you're pushing forward, but the prosperity you seek feels like a distant broadcast. A radio station you just can't quite tune into clearly. You hear the static of not enough, the hiss of next time, the faint, distorted melody of a life that always seems just beyond your reach. This feeling isn't a failure on your part. It's not a lack of effort. It's something far more fundamental. It's a misalignment of frequency. For too long, we've been told that the millionaire mindset is a checklist of external actions. Hustle harder, wake up earlier, take bigger risks, network relentlessly, become obsessed with the numbers in your bank account. But these are merely the effects, the symptoms of a much deeper, much more powerful underlying cause. They are the shadows cast by an invisible force, what we will come to know as your energetic signature. This signature, this unique vibrational frequency that you constantly emit, is the true architect of your reality. It is the silent, unseen magnet that determines precisely what you attract into your experience and what you unknowingly push away. What if you could consciously, deliberately change that signature? What if you could learn to retune your inner world, to recalibrate your personal frequency until it resonates in perfect harmony with the vibration of abundance, of freedom, of wholeness? This is not a fantasy. It is the forgotten science of creation, and it is the journey we are about to embark on together. We will not be looking at spreadsheets or market trends. Instead, we will be diving deep into the very fabric of consciousness itself, guided by the timeless wisdom of the world's most profound thinkers and spiritual teachers. And we will do this using one of the most powerful tools of transformation available today, the audiobook. Because changing your energetic signature requires immersion. It requires saturating your subconscious mind with a new way of being. Audiobooks allow us to do just that, turning our daily commutes, our workouts, our household chores into a sacred university of personal alchemy, transforming dead time into a period of profound becoming. So put in your headphones and prepare to tune out the static of your old reality, because we are about to find the crystal clear frequency of your own inherent wealth. To truly begin this journey of transformation, we must first redefine our destination. For generations, we have been conditioned to aim for a target called wealth, and we have measured it almost exclusively in dollars and cents, in assets and liabilities, in the cold, hard numbers on a financial statement. But this is like judging the health of a magnificent, ancient forest by counting its trees. It's a metric, yes, but it misses the entire point. It misses the vibrant ecosystem, the quality of the light filtering through the canopy, the richness of the soil, the symphony of life that animates the entire system. The true destination is not wealth, but abundance. And the map to get there is not a financial plan, but an understanding of your energetic signature. So, what is this signature? It is the invisible, yet all-powerful atmosphere of your being. It is the cumulative frequency of your dominant thoughts, your deepest beliefs, your most persistent emotions, and your core assumptions about yourself and the world. It is the silent broadcast you are sending out to the universe every single second of every single day. And this broadcast is what creates your reality, not your actions alone. Let's first draw a clear and crucial distinction between wealth and abundance. Wealth is often finite. It can be counted. It can be acquired. And, as many have learned, it can be lost. It is an external measure, a snapshot of a particular moment. You can have immense wealth and still feel a profound sense of poverty, a gnawing emptiness, a constant fear of losing it all. This is the billionaire who cannot sleep for fear of market fluctuations, the celebrity who feels utterly alone in their mansion. Abundance, on the other hand, is an internal state of being. It is a deep, unshakable knowing that you are eternally connected to an infinite source. It is the feeling of being provided for, not just financially, but in all areas of life and time, in love, in health, in creativity, in joy. A person living in abundance might have a modest bank account, but feels incredibly rich because they have ample time to spend with their family. Their health is vibrant, their relationships are nourishing, and they are filled with creative ideas. Wealth is having a full tank of gas. Abundance is knowing you are connected to an inexhaustible source of energy. The millionaire mindset, the energetic signature we are aiming for, is not one that obsesses over filling the tank. It is one that rests in the calm certainty of its connection to the source. It is a frequency of fullness, not of filling. This leads us to the second pillar of understanding. The energetic signature is not about wanting money. In fact, the very act of wanting is often a broadcast of lack. When you desperately want something, you are, by definition, focusing on its absence in your current reality. You are screaming into the energetic void, "I do not have this, I do not have this," and the universe, being a faithful and non-judgmental mirror, simply reflects that state back to you by providing you with more of the experience of not having. The secret is not to want money, but to embody the feeling that you believe money will give you. Take a moment and ask yourself, honestly, what do you believe having $1 million would grant you? Is it freedom? Is it security? Is it peace of mind? Is it the ability to be more generous? Is it the power to create without limitation? Whatever that core feeling is, that is the frequency you must learn to generate within yourself. Right now, with or without the money. If you believe wealth will bring you freedom, you must start to cultivate the feeling of freedom in your current life. This could be as simple as taking a walk in nature without your phone, or giving yourself permission to spend an afternoon doing something you love. If you believe wealth will bring you security, you must find ways to feel secure from within, perhaps through meditation, or by focusing on all the ways you are already safe and supported. The millionaire mindset does not chase after the effects. It cultivates the cause. The cause is the feeling state, the embodied frequency. When you start to genuinely broadcast the frequency of freedom, of security, of joy, the universe has no choice but to rearrange itself to bring you circumstances, people, and Yes, financial resources that match that frequency. You stop chasing butterflies and instead, you build a beautiful garden, and the butterflies come to you. This operates on a fundamental, inescapable principle. Your external reality is a direct, flawless reflection of your internal state. Your life is a mirror. It is not punishing you. It is not rewarding you. It is simply and accurately reflecting the energy you are projecting. If you look into the mirror of your life and you see struggle, scarcity, and frustration, it is not the mirror's fault. Yelling at the mirror, trying to scrub the reflection clean, or attempting to break it will change nothing. The only way to change the reflection is to change the object being reflected. You must change yourself. This is the most empowering realization you can possibly have. It moves you from a position of victimhood, why is this happening to me, to a position of supreme creative power. What am I broadcasting that is creating this? It means you are not at the mercy of the economy, your boss, or your circumstances. You are at the helm of your own energetic ship. Every belief you hold, every emotion you entertain, is a command you are giving to the universe, and it is faithfully and lovingly obeying without exception and without judgment. This is because the universe does not operate on pleas or petitions. It operates on the law of resonance. Imagine a room filled with 100 tuning forks of various notes. If you take a tuning fork and strike it, causing it to vibrate at the frequency of C sharp, what happens? Only the other tuning forks in the room that are also tuned to C sharp will begin to vibrate in sympathy. They will hum with the same energy. The tuning forks tuned to G or flat will remain silent. They are not being punished or excluded. They simply are not on the same frequency. Your energetic signature is your tuning fork. When you are vibrating at the frequency of fear, worry, and I am not enough, you will resonate with people, situations, and outcomes that match that fear. You will attract the difficult client, the unexpected bill, the missed opportunity. When you learn to consistently vibrate at the frequency of trust, gratitude, and I am worthy and whole, you begin to resonate with a different set of outcomes. You attract the ideal business partner, the inspired idea, the synchronous encounter that changes everything. You don't need to beg the universe for what you want. You must simply become the frequency of what you want. There is no greater illustration of this entire principle than Paulo Coelho's timeless masterpiece, The Alchemist, The Journey of the Shepherd Boy. Santiago is a perfect allegory for the recalibration of an energetic signature. He begins his quest focused entirely on an external prize, a physical treasure buried near the Egyptian pyramids. He believes, as most of us do, that the acquisition of this external wealth is the solution to all his needs. But the universe, or what the book calls the soul of the world, has a different plan. The journey itself is the point. The universe doesn't just hand him the treasure, it puts him on a path designed to fundamentally change the boy who is seeking it. He is robbed, forcing him to learn resilience and resourcefulness. He works for a crystal merchant, learning the principles of improving one's life by improving one's attitude and actions. He crosses the desert, learning to read the omens and listen to the language of the world. He falls in love, learning that love does not hold one back from their destiny but is a part of it. He meets the alchemist, who teaches him to listen to his heart and to realize his own power. By the time Santiago finally reaches the pyramids, he has been transformed. He is no longer a simple shepherd boy hoping for gold. He has become a man who understands the interconnectedness of all things, who speaks the language of the universe, who has found the treasure within himself. The physical treasure he eventually finds is almost an epilogue. It's the universe's final nod, confirming the inner state he has achieved. His energetic signature changed from one of wanting to one of knowing, from seeking to being. He didn't find the treasure. He became the frequency of abundance. And the treasure was simply the natural, inevitable reflection of that new state. This is our task: to stop chasing the gold and to start the alchemical journey of transforming our own leaden beliefs and fears into the golden frequency of abundance. And having understood that this is our goal, that our reality is a mirror to our inner state, the next, most crucial question arises: where does our current signature, our default broadcast, actually come from? To answer that, we must venture into the very blueprint of our minds, into the architecture of belief itself. If our energetic signature is the broadcast that shapes our world, then our beliefs are the very architecture of the broadcast tower itself. They are the invisible, foundational blueprint upon which our entire financial reality is constructed. You can try to paint the finished building a different color. You can hang new decorations. You can even work tirelessly on the landscaping. But if the foundation is cracked and the blueprint was designed for a shack, you will never build a palace on that ground. To change the structure, you must first unearth and then redraw the original plans. And the startling truth is, you didn't even draw the first draft. It was given to you. The vast majority of our core beliefs, the fundamental operating system of our subconscious mind, were installed without our conscious consent before the age of 7. Neuroscience confirms that during these formative years, a child's brain operates predominantly in a theta wave state. This is a state of deep relaxation and high suggestibility, similar to a state of hypnosis. As young children, we are not analyzing information critically. We are downloading it directly into our subconscious. We are sponges, absorbing the world around us, not as a series of objective facts, but as a set of absolute truths about how reality works. We learn about love, about connection, about safety, and crucially, we learn about money. We absorb the spoken and unspoken rules of wealth from our primary caregivers and our immediate environment. Every sigh a parent makes while looking at bills, every tense argument about finances muffled through a bedroom wall, every casual remark made at the dinner table becomes a line of code in our financial programming. These lines of code form what we can call subconscious money statements. They are the silent, often invisible, tenets of our personal financial gospel. Think about the phrases you might have heard growing up. There were statements about the nature of money itself. Money doesn't grow on trees. A phrase that programs a belief in scarcity and difficulty. You have to work brutally hard for every penny, which directly links earning with struggle and sacrifice, creating an energetic signature that repels ease and flow. Perhaps the most pervasive virus is the phrase, Money is the root of all evil. This single belief, often misquoted, creates a profound subconscious conflict. If you are a good, moral person, and you believe money is evil, your subconscious mind will actively sabotage your efforts to acquire it in order to protect your identity as a good person. Then there are the statements about wealthy people. Rich people are greedy. They're all crooks. You have to be ruthless to get to the top. If your subconscious mind believes that acquiring wealth will turn you into a person you despise, it will keep you safely in a state of not wealthy to preserve your self-image and your connection to your community. And finally, there are the beliefs about our own worthiness and identity. Statements like, people like us don't get rich. That's for other people, not for us. Just be grateful for what you have. Which can be a subtle way of saying, don't dare to ask for more. These beliefs don't just shape our opinions, they form the very perceptual filters through which we experience the world. If you believe opportunity is scarce, you will literally not be able to perceive the opportunities that are all around you. These beliefs combine to create what is known as a financial thermostat. Imagine the thermostat in your home is set to 72 degrees. If the temperature drops, the heater kicks on to bring it back up. If it gets too hot, the air conditioner kicks on to cool it down. Your subconscious mind has a similar thermostat for wealth and success. It has a set point, a level of financial reality that it considers normal and safe for you. Let's say your set point, based on your childhood programming, is an income of $50. Zero a year with a constant low-level anxiety about bills. If you suddenly get a promotion and start making $100, ling, the alarm bells in your subconscious start ringing. This is too hot. It's unfamiliar. It's not for people like us. So what happens? The subconscious, in its misguided attempt to protect you and bring you back to your normal temperature, will kick on the air conditioner of self-sabotage. You'll suddenly feel a compulsive urge to buy a new car you don't need. You might make a foolish investment based on a hot tip. You might find yourself in strange conflicts at work that jeopardize your new position, or a series of unexpected emergencies will arise that drain the excess money away, until you find yourself, somehow, right back at your familiar 72-degree level of struggle. This is why a staggering percentage of lottery winners end up bankrupt within a few years. Their blueprint was for a small house, and they were suddenly given a palace. The foundation couldn't hold it. The inverse is also true. This is why self-made millionaires who lose everything can often build it all back again relatively quickly. Their thermostat is set to millionaire. Being broke is too cold for them, and their subconscious kicks on the heater of motivation, creativity, and relentless action until they are back in their familiar energetic territory. So, how do we begin to unearth this invisible blueprint? How do we find out what our thermostat is set to? The first step is to become a detective of your own life. Start by observing your language. For 1 week, carry a small notebook or use a note on your phone and write down every single phrase you use when talking or thinking about money. Do you say, "I can't afford that"? Notice the finality in that statement. It closes the door on all possibility. What if you consciously replaced it with the question, "How can I afford that?" The first is a declaration of lack. The second is an invitation to creativity. Notice if you say things like, "I'm always broke before payday," or "money just slips through my fingers." These are not just casual observations. They are powerful incantations that are reinforcing your reality. Second, examine your patterns. Look at your financial life as if you were an outside consultant. Are there recurring loops? Do you always manage to save up to a certain amount? Say, woo, zero, and then, like clockwork, the car breaks down or the roof starts to leak. This isn't bad luck. It's your thermostat kicking in. Do you have a pattern of getting into credit card debt, paying it off with great effort, and then finding yourself right back in debt a year later? These patterns are the architectural drawing made manifest. They are showing you the exact design of your blueprint. Finally, you must be willing to trace the patterns back to their source. This requires courage and honesty. Set aside some quiet time to journal and ask yourself powerful questions. What is my earliest memory of money? What was the emotional atmosphere in my childhood home whenever money was discussed? Was it a source of joy and excitement, or a source of tension and fear? What did my father say about money? What did my mother believe about wealthy people? Did they model scarcity or abundance? Write down everything that comes to mind without judgment. The goal is to see the programming for what it is, a set of hand-me-down beliefs. You didn't choose them, and because you didn't choose them, you can, as a conscious adult, now choose to discard them. This very idea, the power of the subconscious mind in shaping our financial destiny, was the cornerstone of Napoleon Hill's revolutionary book, Think and Grow Rich, decades before modern neuroscience. Hill understood that the subconscious mind was like a fertile garden. For most people, this garden is untended, and the seeds of doubt, fear, and poverty, blown in from the words and beliefs of others, are allowed to grow wild, choking out any possibility of a rich harvest. Hill taught that we are the master gardeners of our own minds. His famous method of autosuggestion is, in essence, a system for conscious reprogramming. It is the act of deliberately choosing new seeds, seeds of faith, abundance, and definite purpose, and planting them consistently in the soil of the subconscious until they take root and become the new, dominant growth. He wasn't just suggesting positive thinking, he was providing a methodology for rewriting your core architecture. He understood that you could not build a skyscraper on a blueprint designed for a shed. You first had to become the architect of a new plan. And so, we stand at the excavation site. We have brushed the dust off the old, inherited blueprint and seen its limitations, its cracked foundations, its designs for a life smaller than the one we wish to live. But it is not enough to simply observe the old plan. To leave the site now would be to leave a void. We must now pick up the tools of creation and begin to draw a new one. And the very first tool we will use, the pen that draws every single line of our new reality, is the most basic unit of creation. We possess a single thought. If the architecture of our belief system is the silent blueprint of our lives, then our thoughts are the individual, vibrant, and ceaselessly active strokes of the pen that draw our reality into being. Moment by moment, we have unearthed the old, inherited plans. Now we pick up the very instrument of creation, For a thought is never a passive, private, or inert thing. Every single thought that arises in the mind is a burst of energy, a transmission, a tangible pulse sent out into the quantum field. It is the fundamental currency of consciousness, the initial investment we make that the universe then compounds into the experiences, circumstances, and material forms of our lives. Imagine your consciousness is the most powerful broadcasting station in existence, more potent than any radio or television tower. Most of us, however, leave this station on autopilot. It is left to broadcast a chaotic mix of signals based on old news reports of past failures, weather forecasts of future worries, and a constant, looping soundtrack of self-criticism and doubt. And then we wonder why the reception in our lives is so poor, why we only seem to receive static and struggle to seize creative control. We must first understand that every thought has its own distinct frequency. A thought rooted in scarcity. There's never enough money. I can't afford that vibrates at a slow, heavy, contracting frequency. It is a dense signal that resonates with experiences of lack. It is a C note played in a minor key. Conversely, a thought rooted in abundance. There is always more than enough. I am a magnet for creative solutions, and opportunities vibrates at a high, light, expansive frequency. It is a signal of possibility and openness. It is a C note played in a major key. The universe, in its infinite and impersonal wisdom, does not judge the tune you play. It simply provides you with more instruments that harmonize with your chosen key. It is your C note of lack that attracts the unexpected bill. It is your C note of abundance that attracts the inspired idea. This operates according to a simple, inviolable law of energy. Where your focus goes, your energy flows. Your mind is a garden, a concept we've touched upon, but one that warrants our deepest attention. Within this garden, every thought is a seed. You cannot stop seeds from blowing into your garden. Seeds of worry, doubt, and fear will arrive on the winds of news reports, stray comments from others, and old memories. But you, as the master gardener, have absolute authority over which seeds you choose to water. When you dwell on a negative thought, when you replay an old grievance, when you entertain a worst-case scenario, you are consciously taking your watering can of attention and nourishing the weeds, and they will grow, strong and thick, until they choke the life out of everything else. But when you consciously choose to withdraw your attention from that weed and instead focus on a thought of gratitude, a vision of your success, or a feeling of appreciation, you are watering the flowers. You are nourishing the seeds of prosperity. What you starve with your attention withers and dies. What you feed with your attention flourishes and multiplies. The millionaire mindset is not the absence of negative thoughts. It is the disciplined practice of refusing to water the weeds. It is a conscious, moment-by-moment decision to nurture the garden you wish to inhabit. Let us borrow a concept from the strange and beautiful world of quantum physics. Not as a literal scientific explanation, but as a profound metaphor for the nature of reality. In the famous double-slit experiment, physicists discovered that the fundamental particles that make up our world, like electrons, exist in a state of pure potentiality, a wave of all possibilities, until they are observed. The very act of measuring or observing the particle forces it to choose a single, definite position and become a concrete reality. Before observation, it is everywhere and nowhere. After observation, it is here. Mystics and sages have understood this principle for millennia. Your focused attention, your conscious observation, is a creative force that collapses the infinite wave of potential into the specific particle of your experience. The field of pure potential contains the reality where you are broke and struggling, and it also contains the reality where you are thriving and abundant. Both exist as ethereal possibilities. When your thoughts are consistently focused on lack, worry, and problems, you are observing and therefore collapsing into reality, the particle of struggle. When you learn to hold your attention, your unwavering focus, on the reality you desire to experience, you begin to act as the observer that coaxes the particle of abundance from the realm of the possible into the realm of the actual. You are not creating something from nothing. You are selecting from the infinite storehouse of everything. This is where the practice of mindfulness becomes not a spiritual luxury, but an essential financial tool. The most common and disempowering belief is that we must somehow fight or suppress our negative thoughts. This is a battle you can never win. Trying to force yourself not to think a negative thought is like trying to hold a beach ball underwater. The harder you push it down, the more forcefully it will eventually burst back up to the surface. Mindfulness offers a radically different and infinitely more powerful approach. It teaches you to become the detached observer of your thoughts. Imagine you are sitting on the bank of a river. The thoughts are like leaves floating by on the current. Some are dark and ugly. Some are beautiful. Your job is not to jump into the river and wrestle with the ugly leaves. Your job is to simply sit on the bank and watch them float by. You can say, there is a thought of fear. Interesting. There is a thought of self-doubt. I see that by observing without judgment, you create a space between you and the thought. In that space lies your power. You realize that you are not your thoughts. You are the awareness behind the thoughts. From this calm, centered position of the observer, you can then make a conscious choice. You can let the leaf of fear float on by, and you can choose to place your attention on a different thought, a thought that feels better, a thought that aligns with the reality you wish to create. This is the art of mental discipline, not controlling, but consciously choosing where you place your focus. There is perhaps no greater master of this principle in modern history than the mystic Neville Goddard. His teachings provide the ultimate technique for using thought as a creative force. He taught that to manifest a desire, you do not simply think of it, you must learn to think from it. This is a crucial distinction. Thinking of $1 million is to see it as separate from you, as something you are chasing. Thinking from the state of being a millionaire is to mentally inhabit the reality where it is already your truth. Neville called this assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled. It is the practice of using your imagination, what he called the divine workshop, to construct a vivid, sensory experience of your goal as an already accomplished fact. You don't just visualize a check for $1 million. You ask yourself, what would the conversation be like with my partner after we have successfully secured our financial freedom? You would then in your imagination, actually live out that conversation, you would feel the relief in your chest. You would hear the joy in their voice. You would feel the texture of the chair you are sitting in as you have this celebratory talk. You would make the future dream a present psychological fact by generating the feeling of the reality you desire within you. You are creating the perfect energetic equivalent of that reality. You are not just sending a signal, you are becoming the signal. You are marinating your subconscious mind in the frequency of the finished product, and the subconscious, accepting this new feeling state as reality, begins to orchestrate your thoughts, your actions, and your perceptions to bring that outer world into alignment. Your thoughts, therefore, are not idle daydreams. They are the seeds you plant, the frequency you broadcast, and the creative force that calls your world into being. You are the conductor of this magnificent, energetic orchestra. For too long, you have allowed the musicians to play a chaotic, unrehearsed cacophony of fear and limitation. But now you have picked up the baton. You understand that your focus determines the music, that your attention is the most valuable currency you possess. You are learning to observe the stray, discordant notes without being disturbed by them, and to consciously and deliberately choose the symphony you wish to perform. But if a thought is the spark, the initial flicker of creative light, what is it that fans that spark into a roaring, magnetic flame? What is the fuel that gives thought its true power to attract and to create? The answer lies in the very language of the universe itself, emotion. If a thought is the spark of creation, then emotion is the gasoline. It is the raw, volatile, magnificent fuel that turns a fleeting mental image into a roaring, world-shaping inferno. You can have the most brilliant, perfectly crafted thought, a blueprint for a life of immense prosperity, but without the propulsive force of emotion, that blueprint will remain a lifeless drawing on a forgotten page. Emotion is the language the subconscious mind truly understands. It is the dialect the universe speaks most fluently. When we learn to align our feelings with our fortune, we are no longer simply asking for what we want. We are becoming a vibrational match to it. For too long, we have been taught to distrust our emotions, to see them as weaknesses, as inconvenient, irrational interruptions to logical thought. But this is like a pilot being taught to distrust their altimeter. Your emotions are not random. They are a sophisticated, instantaneous feedback system. Your personal energetic guidance system. A thought of wealth combined with a feeling of dread is a conflicted signal. You are writing a letter to the universe that says, "I would like to celebrate." But the emotional postage stamp you affix to it carries the unmistakable energetic scent of despair. The universe, which responds to vibration above all else, reads the stamp, not the letter. It delivers to you more circumstances that will generate the feeling of despair, because that is the dominant frequency you are broadcasting. To align with fortune, you must learn to send a congruent message, where the thought of abundance is powered by the genuine feeling of abundance. This is where we introduce one of the most practical and profound spiritual tools available today, the emotional guidance scale. A concept masterfully articulated in the work of Abraham Hicks, This scale reframes our understanding of feelings. Instead of seeing them as simply good or bad, it places them on a hierarchy of vibration, a ladder of frequency. At the very bottom, you have the densest, slowest vibration sphere: grief, depression, despair, and powerlessness. As you move up the ladder, the frequency lifts insecurity, jealousy, guilt, unworthiness. Climbing further, you find anger, revenge, blame, and frustration. Then you cross a crucial threshold into states like boredom, pessimism, and contentment. Higher still, you find hopefulness and optimism. And at the very top of the scale reside the highest, fastest vibrations: passion, enthusiasm, eagerness, joy, love, appreciation, and empowerment. Your job is not to live at the top of the scale 24/7. Your job is to simply be aware of where you are and to always, gently, reach for the next rung up. This immediately dismantles the greatest and most damaging misconception in the world of positive thinking: the tyranny of forced positivity. We have been told that if we feel bad, we should just think happy thoughts. We are in the pit of despair, rung 22, and we try to force ourselves to feel the joy rung, one that we see on an influencer's social media feed. This is an energetic impossibility, and your soul knows it. It's like standing at the base of a skyscraper and trying to leap to the penthouse in a single bound. You will fail, and in that failure, you will only feel worse, adding a layer of guilt and frustration for being bad at being positive. The result is more resistance, not less. The art of emotional alignment is not about making these massive, inauthentic jumps. It is about the simple, compassionate practice of reaching for relief. Your only goal, in any given moment, is to find a thought that feels slightly better than the thought you are currently thinking. Let's make this practical. Imagine you have just lost a major business deal you were counting on. The initial feeling is powerlessness, rung 21. Your thoughts might be, "It's over. I'm ruined. I'll never recover from this. I'm a complete failure. Trying to jump from here to everything is perfect. I am abundant." Feels like a lie. So, what is the next possible rung up? Perhaps it's anger, rung 17. You could reach for a thought like, "This is infuriating. How could they be so short-sighted after all the work I put in? This is the thanks I get now." Anger is not a positive emotion, but vibrationally, it is a significant improvement over powerlessness. Powerlessness is a state of total paralysis. Anger has energy. It has motion. It is taking your power back, even if it's in a reactive way. From anger, where can you go? Perhaps you can climb to blame, rung 16. It wasn't my fault. The market is terrible, and the client was unreasonable. Again, not enlightened, but it feels slightly better than the white-hot rage. You are starting to distance yourself from the emotional core of the event. From blame, maybe you can find your way to frustration, rung 10. This is so frustrating. It's just a constant struggle. Frustration is better than blame because it's less about others and more about the situation. And from frustration, Maybe, just maybe, you can reach for the first rung of a truly constructive state. Hopefulness rung 6. Okay, that was a serious setback. I'm frustrated, but I have survived setbacks before. This loss frees up my time and energy. What if this is making space for something even better? What did I learn from this experience that will make me stronger for the next opportunity? Now you are on the upward spiral. You have successfully navigated your emotional guidance system, not by denying your feelings, but by honoring them and using them as stepping stones. This reframes the entire experience of negative emotion. A bad feeling is not a punishment. It is not a sign that you are broken or that your life is doomed. It is simply a compass. It is a gentle, persistent alarm from your inner being, your soul, your higher self, letting you know that the thought you are currently focused on is not in alignment with who you truly are and what you truly want. The feeling of anxiety is your inner GPS saying, recalculating. The current thought path is leading away from your desired destination of peace. The feeling of jealousy is the alarm saying, warning, your current thought path is based on the false premise of lack and comparison, which is contrary to your true nature of wholeness. The emotion isn't the problem. It's a diagnostic tool pointing you to the problematic thought. When the oil light comes on in your car, you don't curse the light and cover it with tape. You thank it for the information and you address the underlying issue. You add oil. A negative emotion is your spiritual oil light. Thank it for the information and gently change the underlying thought. This exact mechanism is the subject of the modern spiritual classic, Ask and It Is Given, by Esther and Jerry Hicks. The entire book is, in essence, an operator's manual for this emotional guidance system. They introduce the concept of the vortex, which is a perfect metaphor for a vibrational reality where everything you have ever asked for the thriving business, the loving relationships, the healthy body, the creative ideas has already been created and is waiting for you. It's a swirling, high-frequency reality that exists in the non-physical right now. Your emotions are the only indicator that matters, telling you whether you are tuned into the frequency of your vortex or not. When you feel joy, appreciation, or passion, you are in the vortex. You are aligned with everything you want. When you feel fear, doubt, or frustration, you have simply, temporarily, tuned your radio dial to a different station. You are not being punished. You have just pinched off your own access to the well-being that is rightfully yours. The 22 processes they offer in the book are nothing more than practical tools designed to help you do one thing: find a way to feel a little bit better, to climb the emotional ladder, and to gently, gradually, tune your frequency back to the station of your vortex, where all good things reside. By mastering your emotional state, you move from being a passive victim of circumstance to a conscious creator of your reality. You understand that your feelings are not happening to you. They are being generated by you. In response to your thoughts, you now hold the key, the spark of a thought. Once a fleeting and powerless thing is now doused in the potent fuel of aligned emotion. It creates a coherent, powerful, magnetic field that begins to draw experiences to you. But even a powerful fire can be contained. How do we take this internal flame and amplify it, turning it into a beacon so bright and so compelling that it reshapes the world around us? The answer lies in cultivating the single most powerful amplifier of positive emotion known to humankind: gratitude. We have ignited the creative spark with a single, deliberate thought. We have poured the high-octane fuel of aligned emotion onto that spark, turning it into a vibrant, personal flame. Now, we arrive at the final and most crucial stage of our internal work, the great amplification. How do we take this personal flame and turn it into a magnetic, radiant bonfire, a beacon so powerful that it calls in our desires from the farthest corners of the universe? The answer lies in a practice so simple it is often dismissed, yet so profound it holds the very key to manifestation. We must learn to wield the amplifying power of gratitude. Gratitude is not a spiritual platitude. It is not a polite thank you you were taught to say as a child. It is a state of being. It is a form of energetic physics. Critically, gratitude is the frequency of having already received. This is the secret. When you are pleading, vaunting, or wishing, you are vibrating at the frequency of absence. You are telling the universe, "I do not have this." When you are steeped in genuine gratitude, you are vibrating at the frequency of possession. You are sending a clear, powerful, unambiguous signal to the universe that says, "Thank you for this reality I am already experiencing." The universe, which is a perfect mirror and a master of resonance, has no choice but to reflect more experiences back to you for which you can be grateful. It is the ultimate cosmic confirmation bias. By feeling grateful, you are pre-paving your future with the very energy you wish to experience. You are thanking your future self for the success that is already yours on a vibrational plane. And in doing so, you pull that future into your present moment. Herein lies the difference between the practice of a master and the hollow ritual of a novice. Many of us have tried a gratitude practice. We get a journal and we dutifully list 3 to 5 things each day. I am grateful for my home. I am grateful for my family. I am grateful for my job. We say the words, but we feel nothing. This is like typing a love letter with cold, detached fingers. The words are there, but the energy, the transmission, the very soul of the message is absent. This mechanical listing has almost no power. The millionaire mindset practices the embodiment of gratitude. It is a full body, somatic experience. You don't just feel grateful for your morning cup of coffee. You pick up the mug and you feel a wave of gratitude for its warmth against your palms. On a cool morning, you feel gratitude for the hands that harvested the beans, the people who transported them, the roaster who perfected their flavor. You bring the mug to your lips and you feel gratitude for the rich, dark aroma that fills your senses, a scent that signals comfort and the start of a new day. You take a sip and feel gratitude for the invigorating liquid that awakens your body and mind. You have taken a simple, mundane act and transformed it into a multi-sensory symphony of appreciation. You are not just saying you are grateful, you are being gratitude. This is the signal that reverberates through the cosmos. This is the amplifier turned up to full volume. The way to cultivate this is to shift your daily practice from a list into a meditation. Instead of asking, "What am I grateful for?" ask, "What brought a feeling of warmth, joy, or peace into my body today?" Maybe it was the brief moment the sun broke through the clouds. Don't just write sunshine. Close your eyes and relive it. Feel the warmth on your skin. See the way the light made the colors around you more vibrant. Feel the subtle, instantaneous lift in your spirits. Anchor the feeling in your body. This is how you rewire your nervous system. Your body, not just your mind, begins to learn that your default state is one of well-being and appreciation. You are conditioning yourself to find evidence of abundance everywhere. And what you seek, you shall always find. Now we must approach the advanced practice, the true alchemy that separates the dabbler from the master creator. It is easy to be grateful for a promotion, a windfall, or a beautiful sunset. The true test, the gateway to profound power, is learning to be grateful for the challenges. Can you find it in yourself to be grateful for the client who rejected your proposal? Can you say, with genuine feeling, "Thank you for this experience. It has revealed a weakness in my presentation that I can now strengthen. Thank you for making me more resilient. Thank you for freeing up my time and energy for the right client who is on their way to me now." Can you be grateful for the unexpected expense? Thank you for showing me where my financial systems need more attention. Thank you for this opportunity to trust that I am always provided for, even when things seem tight. This is not a form of delusion or spiritual bypassing. It is the highest form of energetic wisdom. A problem, by its very nature, is saturated with the energy of resistance. When you push against it, worry about it, and complain about it, you are feeding it your energy and locking it into place. The moment you offer genuine gratitude for a problem, you perform a miraculous act of energetic judo. You are no longer resisting it. You have moved into a state of acceptance and appreciation. This instantly dissolves the negative charge around the situation. It neutralizes the resistance and allows the solution, which was always there waiting, to flow into your awareness. You have transmuted a block of leaden fear into a golden opportunity for growth. This entire philosophy, transforming a concept into a daily, life-altering habit, is the explicit mission of Rhonda Byrne's book, The Magic. If Think and Grow Rich is the university textbook on conscious creation, The Magic is the 28-day intensive laboratory course. The book is an unashamedly practical guide to rewiring your brain for gratitude. It understands that knowing something intellectually is not the same as embodying it vibrationally. The book leads the reader through 28 days of specific, actionable gratitude practices. There's the magic rock exercise, where you find a small stone and every night you hold it and recall the single best thing that happened that day, flooding your being with the feeling of gratitude just before you sleep, programming your subconscious for the night. There are practices for being grateful for your career, your health, and your relationships. Crucially, there are practices for being grateful for the money you have, and even for the bills you have to pay, thanking the company for the service provided, and being grateful that you have the money to pay it. This simple reframing shifts the act of paying bills from a moment of painful lack to a moment of abundant circulation. The sheer genius of the magic is its structure. It forces you through daily, consistent action to look for the good. It compels you to practice embodiment. Over the course of 28 days, it literally forges new neural pathways in your brain, making gratitude your new default response rather than a strenuous effort. It is a boot camp for abundance. With this final piece in place, our internal creative engine is now fully assembled and tuned. The thought provides the clear architectural plan. The aligned emotion provides the powerful, clean-burning fuel, and gratitude acts as the colossal amplifier, taking the signal and broadcasting it with such clarity, power, and coherence that it cannot be ignored. We are no longer sending out weak, contradictory signals of hope mixed with fear. We are transmitting a single, unwavering, high-frequency beam of, "It is done. Thank you." The internal work is complete. The signal is pure. Now, and only now, are we ready to turn our attention to the outside world. Having meticulously cultivated our inner garden, how do we begin to harvest its fruits? How does this profound internal shift in energy begin to express itself in our physical reality? It begins by changing our relationship with the very concept of exchange itself. By understanding the fundamental equation of value, we have now completed the sacred internal work. We have assembled a powerful engine of creation, meticulously tuning our thoughts, fueling it with aligned emotion, and amplifying its signal with the radiant power of gratitude. Our inner world is humming with a new frequency, a coherent and potent broadcast of abundance. But even the most powerful engine is useless if it is not connected to the wheels. An immense reserve of electricity serves no purpose if there is no channel for it to flow through. The great question now becomes, how do we build the bridge between our inner, energetic wealth and the tangible, material wealth of the outer world? The answer lies in dismantling the single most pervasive and imprisoning lie ever told about work and money, the belief that you are paid for your time. This belief is the great deception, the quiet poison of the industrial age that we have been drinking for generations. We were taught to clock in and clock out, to trade our precious, finite hours for a predetermined amount of currency. This system creates a brutal, unbreakable equation: time equals money. And because time is the most finite resource we possess, this belief system installs a permanent, unbreachable ceiling on our potential. To earn more, you must give more of your life. The only path to increased income is through increased sacrifice, leading inevitably to burnout, resentment, and a life spent watching the clock. Energetically, this is a declaration of limitation. It broadcasts a signal to the universe that says, my worth is measured in 60-minute increments. My value is capped. I am a resource to be depleted, not a creator to be celebrated. And the universe, ever faithful to our deepest beliefs, responds by providing a reality that perfectly matches that cap. The millionaire mindset, the energetic signature of true prosperity, smashes this clockwork cage. It operates on a completely different and infinitely more powerful principle. You do not get paid for your time, you get paid for the value you bring to the marketplace. Think of it this way. A brain surgeon is not paid for the 4 hours they spend in the operating room. They are paid for the 15+ years of grueling study and practice, for the immense skill they have cultivated, and for the incalculable value of saving a human life. An author is not paid for the hours they spend staring at a blank page. They are paid for the value of the emotion, the escape, or the knowledge their story provides to millions of readers. Your income is not a function of effort or hours. It is a direct reflection of the scale and magnitude of the value you deliver. Let's break down this value equation. It has two primary variables, magnitude and scale. Magnitude refers to the depth of the impact you have. Solving a minor inconvenience, like creating a slightly better tasting coffee, has a certain magnitude of value. Solving a profound problem, like developing a cure for a disease, has an exponentially greater magnitude. Scale refers to the number of people you impact. Being a brilliant massage therapist who can alleviate one person's chronic pain has immense magnitude, but a small scale. You can only help one person at a time. Creating an online course that teaches thousands of people basic techniques to manage their own pain has a smaller magnitude for each individual, but a vastly larger scale. The time for money trap keeps both your magnitude and scale artificially low. The person with the millionaire mindset is constantly, obsessively asking two questions. How can I increase the magnitude of my value? And how can I increase the scale of my impact? They are in a perpetual state of seeking leverage ways to deliver their value to more people with less personal time invested. This is why they write books, create courses, build businesses, and invent products. They are building systems that deliver value even when they are sleeping. They are detaching their income from their personal time and reattaching it to the value their systems provide. This immediately begs the most important question of your professional life. What is your value? This cannot be a generic pursuit. Trying to provide value in an area you have no passion for is just a more sophisticated version of the time for money trap. It will still lead to burnout. Your authentic, unique, and most potent value lies at the sacred intersection of three circles. The first circle is your passion. What do you love so much you would do it for free? What subjects can you talk about for hours? What activities make you lose all track of time? This is your engine. This is the source of your resonant, attractive energy. The second circle is your talent. What are you naturally good at? What skills have you spent years developing? This is your toolkit, the mechanism through which you can deliver your passion to the world. The third and most crucial circle for financial success is market need. What problems are people struggling with? What desires do they have? What are they willing to pay to achieve, to solve, or to experience your unique value proposition? The work that will feel less like work and more like joyful play is in the center where these three circles overlap. When your passion for health and fitness combines with your talent for communication and meets the market's need for simple, at-home workout solutions, a successful YouTube channel is born. When your passion for storytelling combines with your talent for drawing and meets the market's need for children's entertainment, a beloved cartoon character is created. Your work is to become an archaeologist of your own soul, to identify these three circles in your own life, and to find the courage to build your career in that sacred, supercharged space. This redefines the entire concept of work. It is no longer a burden, a necessary evil, or a means to an end. It becomes the primary channel through which your powerful, cultivated inner energy flows out to serve the world. It becomes an act of expression, a form of worship, and when you approach it this way, a remarkable shift occurs. Your focus moves from getting to giving. This is the central, paradigm-shattering premise of the beloved business parable, The Go-Giver, by Bob Burg and John David Mann. The story follows a driven but struggling salesman named Joe, who learns the 5 laws of stratospheric success. The very first and most foundational law is the law of value, which states your true worth is determined by how much more you give in value than you take in payment. This is not a call to be a martyr or to work for free. It is the ultimate energetic strategy. The Go-Giver philosophy understands that the marketplace, like the universe, operates on principles of flow and reciprocity. When you make your primary focus the sincere success and happiness of your customer, when you are dedicated to over-delivering on your promises and providing overwhelming value, you create a powerful vacuum that money must rush in to fill. You generate such immense goodwill and trust that you become a magnet for opportunity. You are no longer chasing clients or sales. You are attracting them because you have become known as a source of genuine value. Money ceases to be the goal you hunt. It becomes the echo that returns from the value you have sent out. It is the natural, effortless, and joyful applause from a world that is grateful for the contribution you have made. We now have the bridge. We have connected our inner engine to the outer world. We have moved from being a time trader, trapped by the clock, to our value creator, liberated by our contribution. Our work is no longer a transaction of depletion, but a joyful transmission of our unique energy. We have a purpose, a direction, and a new, infinitely more powerful equation for success. But the path of the value creator, the innovator, the artist, is rarely a straight, smooth road. It is a path of experimentation, of bold new ideas, and of pushing boundaries. And whenever you push boundaries, you will inevitably encounter what the world calls failure. How a person's energetic signature responds to this perceived failure is one of the most revealing diagnostics of all, separating those who will ultimately succeed from those who will retreat back to the safety of the cage. We have now constructed the bridge between our inner energetic world and the outer world of action. We have committed to a new path, not as a time trader shackled to the clock, but as a value creator, liberated by the joy of our contribution. Yet, at the very entrance to this new and expansive territory stands a formidable guardian, a specter that has extinguished more dreams than any other force in human history. It is the dragon that guards the treasure, the shadow that falls across the path of every innovator, artist, and entrepreneur. It is the experience that we call failure. Your relationship with this guardian, the way your energetic signature responds when you come face to face with its fiery breath, is perhaps the single most critical determinant of whether you will claim the treasure or retreat back to the familiar safety of the small world you left behind. For the mind conditioned by scarcity, the mind with a contracted and fearful energetic signature, failure is a final judgment. It is the gavel of a stern judge slamming down, declaring a final verdict: guilty, not good enough, unworthy. Each setback is taken personally. as a deep and shameful indictment of one's core abilities and worth. A failed business venture does not mean the idea was flawed. It means I am a flaw. A rejected manuscript does not mean the story needs work. It means I am a terrible writer. This mindset sees failure as a destination, a dead end from which there is no return. The emotional fallout is devastating shame, humiliation, and a paralyzing fear of ever trying again. It wears failure like a scarlet letter, a permanent stain on its identity. Energetically, this response is a massive contraction. It is a broadcast of defeat, a frequency that actively repels new opportunities and attracts more evidence to confirm its own verdict of unworthiness. The millionaire mindset, the consciousness tuned to the frequency of abundance, views this very same experience through a completely different lens. For this mindset, failure is not a judge, it is a scientist. It is not a verdict, it is data. It is not a destination, it is a course correction. When an experiment in a laboratory doesn't produce the expected outcome, the scientist does not throw their hands up in despair and declare themselves a personal failure. They become intensely curious, fascinating. They think, this approach did not work. This outcome has successfully eliminated one possibility, which brings me one crucial step closer to the possibility that will work. What has this result taught me? The millionaire mindset treats life, business, and creation as its personal laboratory. Every failure is simply the discovery of a way that doesn't work, and it is celebrated for the invaluable wisdom it provides. This is not just a semantic trick, it is a profound energetic shift. It replaces the contracting energy of shame with the expansive energy of curiosity. It transforms the poison of defeat into the food of wisdom. This leads to a core operational principle. There is no such thing as failure. There are only results. Every action you take produces a result. Sometimes the result matches your desire, and you call it success. Sometimes the result does not match your desire, and you have been trained to call it failure. But what if you dropped the labels altogether? What if you simply saw every outcome as neutral feedback? Imagine you are shooting arrows at a target. If your first arrow lands 5 feet to the left, is it a failure? Or is it invaluable information that tells you to adjust your aim 5 feet to the right? The archer who laments and personalizes the failure of the first shot will likely repeat the mistake. The archer who is grateful for the data provided by the first shot will adjust their aim and hit the bullseye. Your life is a series of arrows. Every result, especially the undesirable ones, is a gift of perfect, immediate feedback, guiding you ever closer to your target. Seeing it this way is the alchemy. It is the act of transmuting the leaden weight of a setback into the golden insight of a stepping stone. This alchemical process requires the cultivation of a specific energy resilience. And true resilience is not about gritting your teeth, bracing for impact, or developing a tough, impenetrable skin. That is resistance, and it is brittle. True resilience is energetic buoyancy. It is the quality of a willow branch that bends in a hurricane without breaking, while the rigid oak snaps in two. It is the quality of water, which flows around any obstacle without losing its essential nature. A person with an embodied energy of resilience recovers from setbacks quickly, not because they are suppressing the disappointment, but because they are so focused on integrating the lesson and taking the next shot. Think of a toddler learning to walk. They fall down hundreds of times. They stumble. They wobble. They collapse in a heap. Yet, not once does the toddler lie on the floor and conclude, "I guess I'm just not a walker. I am a failure at locomotion." The concept is absurd. For the toddler, falling is not failure. It is simply part of the process of learning. There is no shame, no personalization, just a relentless, joyful, and curious drive to get back up and try again with the new data their body has just acquired. The millionaire mindset retains this childlike, buoyant relationship with the learning process. There is no more monumental example of this principle in action than the story of Sir James Dyson. Before he launched the revolutionary bagless vacuum cleaner that would make him a billionaire, he endured an almost superhuman odyssey of what the world would call failure. He created 126 prototypes, 126 times. His creation did not work as intended. A scarcity mindset would have quit after the 10th, or perhaps the 100th, convinced of its own incompetence. But Dyson operated from a place of relentless curiosity. Each of those 126 failures was not a failure to him. It was a vital and successful step in the process of discovery. Prototype number 783 taught him something about cyclone airflow that was essential for the final design. Prototype number 412 revealed a flaw in a seal that had to be overcome. He was not failing, he was learning. He was not being defeated, he was gathering data. He was practicing alchemy on an industrial scale, transforming thousands of setbacks into the foundation of his ultimate triumph. In a similar vein, Sarah Blakely, the founder of Spanx, tells of how her father would ask her and her brother at the dinner table each week, "So, what did you fail at this week?" if they had nothing to report. He would be disappointed. He was actively teaching them to destigmatize failure, to reframe it as evidence that they were trying, that they were pushing their boundaries, that they were living a full and courageous life. This leads us to the deepest and most powerful secret of all the absolute necessity of separating your identity from your outcomes. This is the core of the alchemical furnace. You must understand, in your very bones, the chasm of difference between the statement, "My project failed," and the statement, "I am a failure." The first is a temporary, external circumstance. It is an observation. The second is a permanent, internal identity. It is a damnation. A person with a millionaire energetic signature may experience a failed project, a failed investment, or a failed product launch, but they never allow that external event to define their internal state of being. Their sense of self-worth is non-negotiable. It is an anchor, stable and secure, completely independent of the fluctuating tides of external success and failure. This emotional and spiritual independence is what gives them the freedom to take risks. If your self-worth is on the line with every venture, you will be too terrified to attempt anything bold. But if you know, with unshakable certainty, that you are whole, worthy, and valuable regardless of the outcome. Then failure loses its sting. It is demoted from a terrifying monster into a simple, manageable event. We have now faced the guardian at the gate and learned its secret name. We have learned that failure is not the enemy, but a wise, if sometimes harsh, teacher. It is not an obstacle on the path. It is the path itself, paved with the cobblestones of invaluable data. By reframing it as feedback, by cultivating the buoyant energy of resilience, and by fiercely protecting our core identity from the vicissitudes of our results, we have transformed the most feared poison into a powerful elixir of growth. But maintaining this enlightened perspective in a world that worships success and demonizes failure is not a one-time decision. It requires immense inner fortitude, a spiritual and mental core of unshakable strength. This strength is not accidental. It is forged. It is built day by day through conscious, deliberate practice. It is cultivated through the daily habits and sacred routines that fortify your frequency against the static of the outside world. It is built through the rituals of the radiant. We have faced the dragon of failure and learned its true name is data. We have alchemized setbacks into stepping stones, understanding that our worth is not tied to our results, but this elevated perspective, this buoyant resilience, is not a default state in a world that constantly bombards us with frequencies of fear and lack. It is a cultivated state. It is a sacred garden that must be tended to daily with unwavering devotion. The energetic signature of a millionaire is not the result of a single grand decision or a lucky break. It is the cumulative effect, the compounding interest of small, conscious, and consistent daily practices. It is forged in the quiet moments of the early morning, long before the world has had a chance to cast its vote. It is built, brick by brick, through the rituals of the radiant. The universe operates on the law of compounding. A single penny, doubled every day, becomes over $5 million in just 1 month. The same principle applies to our energy and habits. A single act of meditation or 1 page of an inspiring book may seem insignificant on its own, but practiced with unwavering consistency, day after day, these small acts compound into an unstoppable momentum of personal transformation. They create deep grooves of abundance in our neurology and our energy field. Those with a scarcity mindset live in a world of one day I'll start meditating. One day I'll get my life in order. The millionaire mindset is rooted in day one. It understands that the entire empire is built upon the foundation of how you handle this single, present day. It is a commitment to winning the day, every day, through the disciplined execution of rituals that fortify the soul. Let us deconstruct these rituals, not as mere productivity hacks, but as powerful acts of energetic hygiene and fortification. The first, and arguably the most crucial, is the practice of silence or meditation. In our hyper-stimulated world, we are constantly consuming the chaotic frequencies of others, the anxieties of the news, the manufactured desires of advertising, the dramas of social media. We become a receptacle for energetic noise. Meditation is the act of hitting the reset button. It is not about stopping your thoughts. That is impossible. It is about becoming the calm, silent witness behind the thoughts. It is creating a space between the stimulus of the world and your response. In that sacred space, you reclaim your power. You shift from being a reactor to a conscious creator. Energetically, meditation cleanses your palate. It allows the muddy waters of your mind to settle, revealing the clear spring of your own inner guidance. It is in this silence that you can consciously choose the frequency you wish to broadcast for the day, rather than unconsciously rebroadcasting the static you absorbed yesterday. The second ritual is conscious journaling. This is not a passive diary of events. It is an active tool for reality creation. It takes three primary forms for the abundant creator. The first is gratitude journaling, which we have explored, but its power lies in its daily repetition, cementing it as a neurological habit. The second is clarity journaling. When you are faced with a problem or a negative emotion, you write it out. You untangle the knot of anxiety onto the page, asking questions like, what am I really afraid of here? What is the limiting belief at the root of this feeling? Often, seeing the fear written down in black and white exposes its lack of substance. You become the scientist of your own mind, dissecting the problem until it dissolves. The third and most potent form is creative journaling or scripting. This involves writing about your desired reality in the past tense, as if it has already happened. I am so grateful and relieved now that my company has successfully closed the 7-figure deal. The team's celebration was incredible. The feeling of accomplishment and freedom is everything I imagined. This is a direct command to the subconscious mind, leveraging the principles of Neville Goddard to build the detailed, feeling-rich blueprint of the future you are calling into being. The third ritual is physical movement. The body is not just a vehicle for the brain. It is a critical part of your energetic system. The adage, "the body keeps the score," is a profound truth. Stress, fear, and stagnant energy get physically trapped in our muscles and tissues. Vigorous physical exercise is a powerful form of energetic exorcism. It moves stuck energy. It releases tension. It floods the body with endorphins, the body's own naturally produced feel-good chemicals that vibrate at a high frequency. Furthermore, the act of pushing your physical limits builds mental and spiritual fortitude. When you can push through that last difficult mile on a run or that final heavy lift at the gym, you are teaching your mind that you are capable of transcending perceived limitations. You are proving to yourself, in a visceral, physical way, that you have the discipline and resilience to do hard things. This confidence spills over into every other area of your life. The fourth ritual is conscious consumption. Just as you wouldn't build a strong body on a diet of junk food, you cannot build a strong mind on a diet of junk information. The millionaire mindset is fiercely protective of its mental diet. This means consciously curating what you read, watch, and listen to. It involves replacing the empty calories of celebrity gossip, fear-mongering news cycles, and endless social media scrolling with nutrient-dense, high-frequency information. This is the habit of reading or listening to audiobooks that expands your knowledge, challenges your assumptions, and inspires you to think bigger. It is the practice of listening to podcasts that feature people who are living the reality you desire. You are consciously choosing to surround yourself with the frequency of success. innovation, and possibility. You are inviting mentors into your mind every single day. These 4 rituals, silence, journaling, movement, and conscious consumption, form the cornerstone of a radiant life. But their power is maximized when they are strategically deployed in the first sacred hour of the day. This concept is the central pillar of Robin Sharma's influential book, The 5 a.m. Club. Sharma argues that the hours between 5 and 6 a.m. are a victory hour, a time of unparalleled peace and power before the complexity of the day begins. He proposes the 20 divided by 20 divided by 20 formula as a way to structure this hour for peak performance. The first 20 minutes are dedicated to move intense exercise to awaken the body and mind. The next 20 minutes are for reflect, a period of meditation and journaling, to connect with your inner wisdom and set your intentions. The final 20 minutes are for grow, reading a book, listening to a podcast, or studying a subject that helps you develop your skills and mindset. This morning routine is not a chore. It is an act of declaring sovereignty over your life. Before you check your email, before you react to anyone else's agenda, before you are pulled into the vortex of the world's demands, you have already won. You have calibrated your energy, clarified your purpose, nourished your body, and expanded your mind. You have built, in that first hour, an energetic fortress. This fortress is your personal sanctuary. Its walls are built of the discipline of movement. Its watchtowers are built of the clarity of meditation. Its library is filled with the wisdom of conscious consumption. Its foundations are reinforced with the steel of daily gratitude. From within this fortress, you can engage with the challenges of the day, not from a place of reactivity and vulnerability, but from a place of centered strength, unshakable calm, and profound power. You do not hope for a good day, you architect one. And as you build this fortress, day after day, you will find that the people and circumstances you interact with begin to change. The energetic signature of your fortress, your very being, will begin to attract a different class of citizen into your kingdom. This brings us to the crucial understanding of your energetic environment. The company you keep and the court you cultivate. You have painstakingly built your inner fortress. Through the sacred rituals of the early morning, you have fortified its walls with discipline, illuminated its towers with clarity, and stocked its libraries with wisdom. Your energetic signature is now strong, coherent, and pure, but a fortress, no matter how strong, does not exist in a vacuum. It exists within a kingdom, an environment teeming with other energies, other frequencies, other people. The next critical stage in mastering your reality is to become a masterful gatekeeper, a discerning diplomat who understands that the health of the kingdom depends entirely on the company you keep. For you are not an impermeable rock, you are a living, breathing, energetic organism, constantly in a state of subtle osmosis with your surroundings. The famous aphorism, often attributed to the business philosopher Jim Rohn, states that you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. This is not a clever piece of self-help advice. It is a profound and unyielding law of energetic physics. Just as a hot coal placed in a bucket of cold coals will gradually lose its heat, and a cold coal placed among burning embers will inevitably ignite, so too are our personal frequencies constantly being influenced, calibrated, and conditioned by the dominant frequencies around us. This is the law of sympathetic resonance. If you spend your time with people who vibrate at the frequency of cynicism, complaint, and limitation, their slow, heavy vibrations will create a drag on your own energy field. It will require immense, constant effort just to maintain your own higher frequency. Conversely, if you surround yourself with people who vibrate with possibility, enthusiasm, and expansive belief, their high frequency acts as a powerful tailwind, effortlessly lifting you higher. Modern neuroscience gives us a clue as to how this works through the discovery of mirror neurons. These specialized brain cells fire not only when we perform an action, but also when we observe someone else performing that same action. On a neurological level, your brain simulates the experience of the people you are with. When you are with someone who is chronically anxious, your mirror neurons fire in sympathy, and your body begins to subtly produce the same stress hormones, like cortisol. When you are with someone who is genuinely joyful and laughing, your mirror neurons fire, and you begin to feel a corresponding lift, a release of dopamine and oxytocin. You are, quite literally, catching their feelings. Your energetic entourage is not just influencing your mood, it is shaping your very biochemistry, which in turn dictates your capacity for abundance. With this understanding, it becomes a sacred duty to take a fearless inventory of your current circle. You must learn to identify the energy vampires, the well-meaning, and sometimes not so well-meaning individuals who, consciously or not, are draining your life force and keeping you tethered to a low-frequency reality. The first and most common type is the critic. This person often cloaks their negativity in the guise of being realistic or just trying to help. They are experts at poking holes in your dreams. When you share an exciting new idea, their immediate response is to list all the reasons it won't work, all the obstacles you haven't considered, all the ways you might fail. They operate from a deep-seated fear, and their mission is to pull you back down into the safety of their limited world. The second is the victim. This individual lives in a perpetual state of powerlessness. Their life is a never-ending saga of things happening to them. The world is unfair. Their boss is a tyrant. Their partner doesn't understand them. They use conversations not for connection, but for the discharge of their pain, casting you in the role of therapist or rescuer. While compassion is a virtue, being a constant receptacle for someone else's disempowered narrative will inevitably drain your own sense of agency and power. The third is the complainer. Their primary mode of bonding is through shared misery. They connect by complaining about the traffic, the weather, the government, their health. Every conversation becomes a competition of grievances. Engaging in this ritual may feel like a form of connection, but it is a connection forged in the low-frequency energy of negativity, reinforcing the belief that the world is a frustrating and difficult place. Recognizing these patterns is the first step. The second is the courageous and compassionate act of setting energetic boundaries. A boundary is not a wall you build to shut people out. It is a filter you install to protect your own sacred space. For some relationships, this may mean a loving but firm severance, but more often, especially with family or long-term friends. It means learning to manage the energetic exchange. It means limiting your exposure time. It means learning to deftly change the subject when a conversation veers into a loop of complaint. It means mastering the art of listening without absorbing, of offering compassion without taking on the energetic burden as your own. You can say, "I hear that this is really difficult for you," without letting their cloud of despair settle over your own fortress. However, a defensive strategy alone is not enough. You cannot create an abundant life simply by avoiding negativity. You must proactively, deliberately, and joyfully seek out and cultivate a high vibration circle. This is where you become the architect of your own energetic ecosystem. You must actively seek out mentors, people who are already living the reality you aspire to. They have already figured out the frequency. By spending time with them, reading their books, or immersing yourself in their work, you are giving your own energy field a clear, powerful signal to tune into. This leads us to one of the most powerful concepts ever articulated on the subject of collective success, a principle laid out with scientific precision by Napoleon Hill in his masterwork, Think and Grow Rich. It is the principle of the mastermind. A mastermind is not just a support group. It is a conscious alliance of two or more minds working in perfect harmony for a definite purpose. Hill asserted that when minds align in this way, a third mind, an invisible, intangible force, is created. This synergistic mind has access to ideas, insights, and energies that are unavailable to any of the individual members alone. It is a collective creative vortex. Your mission is to form or join a mastermind group, a small circle of trusted, ambitious, and positive peers who are committed to each other's success. This is a group where you can share your biggest dreams and be met, not with criticism, but with enthusiastic brainstorming. It is a place where you are held accountable for your highest potential, where your wins are genuinely celebrated, and where you are lovingly challenged to grow beyond your self-imposed limits. Finally, you must expand your definition of your entourage to include not just people, but the information you consume, every podcast you listen to, every author you read, every social media feed you scroll through is a person you are inviting into your mind. Who are your digital confidantes? Is your news feed a complainer, constantly feeding you outrage and fear? Is the podcast you listen to on your commute a critic or a mentor? Conduct a ruthless audit of your media diet and curate it as fiercely as you would your circle of friends. Unfollow the accounts that leave you feeling drained or inadequate. Subscribe to the creators who leave you feeling inspired and empowered. Fill your mental fortress with the voices of genius, optimism, and success. You have now moved from being a solitary fortress builder to a wise king or queen, curating a vibrant and thriving kingdom. You have learned to manage your borders, filter out draining energies, and fill your court with wise counselors, brilliant allies, and powerful mentors. Your personal frequency is no longer just protected, it is amplified, reflected, and magnified by the intentional community you have built around you. You are held in a powerful container of belief. From this fortified, supported, and uplifted state, action becomes the next logical step. But the action that arises from this place is not the frantic, desperate hustle of a person running on fear and adrenaline. It is a different kind of movement, entirely calmer, more potent, and infinitely more joyful. It is the graceful and powerful art of inspired action. We have arrived at a pivotal moment in our journey. Our inner fortress is strong. Our energetic kingdom is thriving, and we are held within a powerful container of belief by our chosen entourage. We are radiating a clear, potent signal of abundance. The natural, inevitable next step is action, but it is here, at the threshold of doing, that the old paradigm rears its head with one final, seductive lie: the gospel of hustle. We have been indoctrinated into a culture that worships at the altar of the grind, that glorifies burnout as a badge of honor, and equates sleepless nights with sincere ambition. It tells us that to succeed, we must force, push, and struggle relentlessly against the current. This is the last ghost of the scarcity mindset. We must exercise. For the action that arises from a place of true energetic alignment is not a frantic struggle. It is a graceful and powerful dance. It is the art of inspired action. Hustle culture is born from a deep, unexamined fear. It is the energy of not enough. It is the frantic activity of a person who fundamentally believes that if they stop moving, if they stop pushing, everything will fall apart. It is a belief that success must be wrestled from a reluctant universe, that opportunities must be hunted down and conquered. The hustler is always swimming upstream, their muscles burning, their breath ragged, celebrating their exhaustion as evidence of their effort. Their energy is contracted, tense, and desperate. They are trying to force a result from a place of misalignment. This is like trying to push a car with an empty gas tank. It is an immense expenditure of effort for a pitifully small result. And it is utterly, soul-crushingly unsustainable. Inspired action, on the other hand, is born from a place of trust and alignment. It is the physical manifestation of the high-frequency energy we have so diligently cultivated. It is the natural impulse that arises when you are tuned in, tapped in, and turned on. It is not about pushing the river. It is about realizing the river is flowing and gently placing your canoe into its powerful current. It feels less like effort and more like flow. It is energized, expansive, and often joyful. The creator moving from a place of inspired action is not swimming against the current. They have become the skilled navigator who reads the currents of energy and uses their power to arrive at their destination with astonishing speed and grace. So how do we distinguish between the desperate push of the hustle and the powerful pull of inspiration? The answer lies not in analyzing the action itself, but in attuning to the feeling behind it. Hustle feels heavy. It comes with the language of obligation. I should make those cold calls. I have to work on this presentation all night. It is accompanied by a feeling of pressure in your chest, a tightness in your gut. It feels like a chore, a burden you must carry. Inspired action feels light. It comes with the language of desire and excitement. I suddenly have a great idea for the opening of that presentation. I feel a strong urge to reach out to this specific person right now. It is often accompanied by a feeling of expansion, a flutter of excitement, a sense of inner rightness. It doesn't feel like work, it feels like play. It is a get to, not a have to. This is the universe communicating with you in its preferred language, intuition. An inspired action is an intuitive nudge made manifest. It is a whisper from your higher self, a signal from the quantum field, pointing you toward the path of least resistance. These nudges often defy logic. It might be the sudden, inexplicable urge to take a different route home from work, only to bump into a potential client you haven't seen in years. It might be the idea to start a project that seems completely unrelated to your financial goals, only to find that it opens up a doorway you could never have anticipated. The hustler, trapped in their logical, fearful mind, would dismiss these urges as distractions. That's inefficient. They would say, "It's not on my to-do list." The aligned creator understands that their to-do list is secondary. Their primary task is to stay tuned to their inner guidance and to have the courage to act on these whispers, trusting that they are being guided by a wisdom far greater than their own conscious intellect. The prerequisite for hearing these whispers is the inner work we have already committed to. Your daily rituals of silence, meditation, and gratitude are not separate from your success. They are the very things that create the quiet inner space necessary for the whispers of inspiration to be heard. You cannot hear the subtle music of the flute in the middle of a roaring rock concert. You must first quiet the noise. When you have a clear, high-frequency signal, you become a better receiver for these downloads of inspired thought. Your work isn't to figure everything out. Your work is to get aligned and then to listen. The universe will handle the logistics. In his profoundly insightful book, A New Earth, the spiritual teacher Eckhart Tolle describes what he calls the 3 modalities of awakened doing. These are the only 3 ways a person in a state of alignment acts, and they serve as a perfect guide for us. The first is acceptance. If you are in a situation you cannot change at this moment, you do not resist it. You don't complain or struggle. You accept it fully, which frees up your energy. Perhaps this means accepting your current day job while you build your dream on the side, without the friction of constant complaint. The second is enjoyment. You find a sense of joy in the action you are performing. You are not just focused on the future result. You are present and engaged with the process itself. You find joy in the craft of writing the proposal, not just in the hope of winning the contract. The third and most powerful modality is enthusiasm. This is when enjoyment is supercharged with a sense of purpose. Enthusiasm comes from the Greek entheos, meaning the God within. When you act with enthusiasm, you are acting as a channel for divine, creative energy. This is the peak state of inspired action. It's the artist lost in their painting, the entrepreneur energized by their vision. Notice what is absent from Tolle's list: stress, struggle, force, desperation. The entire spectrum of awakened doing exists in a state of non-resistance. It is all flow. The practical application is to constantly check in with yourself before and during any action. Ask, what is the energy behind this? Am I accepting, enjoying, or enthusiastic about this task? Or am I resisting it? If you find yourself in resistance, pushing and hustling, it is a signal to stop It does not mean you are lazy. It means you are misaligned. The most productive thing you can do in that moment is not to push harder, but to walk away, go meditate, go for a walk in nature, listen to inspiring music, do whatever it takes to recalibrate your frequency. Then, return to the task and see if you can approach it from a place of acceptance, enjoyment, or enthusiasm. If you can, proceed. If you cannot, it may be a sign that the action itself is wrong for you, a path you are not meant to take. This is a radical redefinition of productivity. It moves us from a model based on managing time to a model based on managing energy. The person who works for 2 hours in a state of enthusiastic, inspired flow will achieve more of lasting value than the person who hustles for 12 hours in a state of stressed resistance. They are tapping into a different source of power altogether. And when you begin to operate in this state of flow, this state of inspired action, you will notice a strange and magical thing happening to your experience of the world. Time itself begins to feel different. The rigid, ticking clock of the hustler begins to warp and bend, becoming a fluid and flexible partner in your creative dance. We have learned to move not with the frantic energy of the hustle, but with the graceful power of inspired action. We have discovered that the source of our productivity lies not in managing our calendars, but in managing our energy. As we begin to operate from this state of aligned flow, we will notice a strange and wonderful distortion in the fabric of our reality. The most rigid and seemingly objective structure in our lives, time itself, begins to warp and bend. The relentless ticking of the clock, once a source of constant anxiety, becomes the gentle rhythm of a creative partner. You are not just mastering your actions, you are mastering time itself. You are learning the millionaire's time signature. The scarcity mindset is trapped in a perpetual state of time, poverty. Its constant mantra is, there is never enough time. This single belief, broadcast with anxious conviction, creates the very reality it fears. A person in time, poverty, sees the day as a list of 24 unforgiving hours that must be conquered. Time is their adversary, a linear conveyor belt moving too quickly, always threatening to carry their undone tasks and unfulfilled dreams into the abyss of yesterday. They are constantly rushing, multitasking, and yet they feel perpetually behind. Their experience of time is one of stress, contraction, and lack. They are chasing time, and so time forever eludes them. The millionaire mindset understands a profound secret: time is not objective. It is subjective. It is not a fixed, external reality, but a flexible, internal experience. Your state of consciousness dictates the speed at which time flows. You have already felt this truth 1,000 times in your life. An hour spent in a mind-numbingly boring meeting can feel like an eternity. Each tick of the second hand, a tiny, torturous drumbeat, yet an hour spent completely absorbed in a passionate hobby, in deep conversation with a loved one, or in the throes of creative inspiration, can vanish in what feels like a single heartbeat. The clock on the wall may have measured 60 minutes in both scenarios, but your internal, experiential clock told 2 completely different stories. What changed? Not time itself, but your relationship to it. You changed your energetic state. The great insight is that you can do this deliberately. You can learn to bend time by learning to master your state of being. The primary mechanism for this time bending is the state of flow we discussed previously. This state, which the psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi famously defined in his groundbreaking book, Flow: The Psychology of Optimal Experience, is the key to unlocking time abundance. Csikszentmihalyi described flow as the state of being in the zone, a state of optimal experience where a person is so fully immersed in an activity that everything else disappears. Their skills are perfectly matched to the challenge at hand, creating a feeling of spontaneous joy and deep concentration. And one of the key characteristics of this state is a distorted sense of time. Hours feel like minutes. This is not just a feeling, it is a neurological phenomenon. Brain scans show that during a state of deep flow, the part of our brain responsible for our sense of self and our perception of time, the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, partially deactivates. The inner critic, the clock watcher, the anxious planner, they all go silent. When this happens, you are not just working, you are channeling. You have become a conduit for creative energy, and your productivity skyrockets. You can produce a volume of high quality, insightful work in a 2-hour flow state that would be impossible to achieve in 8 hours of distracted, resistant hustle. This is the millionaire's ultimate productivity hack. It's not about finding a better time management app. It is about structuring one's life and work to intentionally trigger more frequent and more profound states of flow. It is about understanding that 5 hours of deep, focused, joyful work is infinitely more valuable than 10 hours of fragmented, stressed activity. This leads to a radical shift in how one prioritizes their tasks. The standard time management model, like the Eisenhower matrix, tells us to categorize tasks by urgency and importance. This is a purely logical, external approach. The flow-based model operates on an entirely different axis: energy and inspiration. A person with a millionaire time signature wakes up and consults their own energetic state first. Where is my energy highest right now? What task am I most excited and inspired to work on? They might have a list of urgent but low-energy administrative tasks. But if they feel a powerful creative urge to work on a new product design, they will follow that inspiration. They understand that by leveraging their peak energetic states for their most important creative work, they are optimizing for excellence, not just for completion. They will get that creative work done faster, and it will be of a far higher quality. The boring administrative tasks can then be batched and handled later, perhaps in a lower energy part of their day. They structure their day around their energy, not the other way around. The ultimate technique for bending time and entering flow, however, is the deceptively simple practice of being fully present. Time poverty arises from a fractured consciousness. When you are physically performing one task, but your mind is in the future worrying about the next 10 tasks, or in the past, regretting a mistake, you are dissipating your power. Your energy is scattered across the timeline, leaving only a weak fraction of it available for the present moment. This makes every task feel harder, take longer, and seem more draining. The antidote is to become a master of the monotask. When you write an email, just write the email. Feel your fingers on the keyboard. Focus on the words you are forming. When you drink your tea, just drink your tea. Feel its warmth. Taste its flavor. When you are with a person, be with that person. Listen with your whole being, not with the part of your mind that is planning your response. This radical commitment to the present moment concentrates all of your creative power into the now. It is the gateway to flow. It is what makes time feel rich, thick, and abundant. You are no longer rushing through moments to get to the next one. You are inhabiting each moment so fully that it feels complete in itself. You realize that you do not have to find time. You realize that you have all the time. There is this present moment now. So let go of the belief that you are a victim of the clock. You are not a time manager. You are a consciousness master. You do not chase time, you invite it to dance with you. By prioritizing your energy, by intentionally engineering states of flow, and by committing to the profound power of the present moment, you shift your entire relationship with reality. The frantic race against time becomes a graceful waltz with eternity. You have mastered your inner world of thought and emotion. You have mastered your outer world of inspired action and flow. You have become a powerful, coherent, creative force. But all of this, your thoughts, your emotions, your very consciousness is housed within a physical vessel. And the state of this vessel is the ultimate, non-negotiable foundation for everything else. It is the final, physical barometer of your energetic signature, your body. We have journeyed deep into the architecture of mind and energy. We have learned to conduct the orchestra of our thoughts, to fuel our creations with the fire of emotion, and to bend time itself by mastering the art of flow. We have become masters of the unseen, the intangible forces that shape our destiny. But now we must confront the final and most undeniable manifestation of our energy, the physical vessel in which this entire human experience takes place. Your body is not a separate entity you drag along for the ride. It is the densest, most tangible, and most honest expression of your energetic signature. It is the ultimate barometer of your inner state, the living printout of your consciousness. To believe you can cultivate a lasting millionaire mindset of vitality and abundance while ignoring the health of your physical form is a profound delusion. True, holistic wealth is impossible without the foundational treasure of a vibrant, energized body. For too long, we have treated the body like a machine, a tool to be exploited for the ambitions of the mind. We sacrifice its sleep for our deadlines, pollute its systems with processed fuel, and allow it to stagnate while we pursue our goals. The millionaire mindset understands that this is an act of profound self-sabotage. Your body is not your workhorse. It is your sacred partner in creation. It is a highly sensitive instrument that is constantly providing you with irrefutable feedback about your energetic alignment. Every persistent ache, every bout of fatigue, every recurring illness is a message. Just as a negative emotion is a signal that your thoughts are out of alignment, a negative physical symptom is a sign that your lifestyle and energy are out of alignment with your body's innate intelligence. Consider the physical reality of a low-frequency energetic state. When you are chronically stressed, worried, or fearful, your body is flooded with cortisol and adrenaline. These are stress hormones designed for short-term, fight-or-flight emergencies. When they become your baseline state, they create havoc. They cause inflammation, suppress your immune system, impair digestion, and lead to chronic disease. The fatigue you feel is not just in your head. It is the physiological result of an energy field steeped in resistance. The brain fog that prevents you from having a creative breakthrough is the direct consequence of a nervous system overburdened by stress. You cannot sustain a high-frequency consciousness in a low-frequency, inflamed body. The two are fundamentally incompatible. Trying to do so is like trying to run sophisticated, high-speed software on an ancient, virus-ridden computer. The system will inevitably crash. To build a truly abundant life, you must therefore commit to building and maintaining a radiantly healthy body. This commitment rests upon 4 essential pillars, each one a non-negotiable act of energetic self-care. The first pillar is nutrition, which we must reframe not as a matter of counting calories, but of consuming life force. Every food has a vibrational signature. A fresh, organic spinach leaf, bursting with sunlight, water, and nutrients, has a high, vibrant energy. A highly processed, chemically laden snack food, created in a factory, has a dead, low vibration energy. When you eat, you are not just consuming protein, carbs, and fats. You are literally assimilating the energy of that food into your own cellular structure. You are either building a body out of vibrant, life-affirming materials or out of dull, life-depleting ones. To operate at your peak creative and energetic capacity, you must provide your body with the highest quality fuel possible: whole, natural, unprocessed foods that are as close to their original state as you can get. This is not about dieting. It is about making a conscious choice to build your physical temple out of the finest materials available. The second pillar is movement. The human body was not designed to sit in a chair for 8 hours a day. It was designed for motion. Energy, by its very nature, is meant to flow. When the body is stagnant, energy becomes stagnant. This physical stagnation is a direct cause of mental and emotional stagnation, leading to lethargy, depression, and a lack of creative spark. Daily, vigorous movement is an essential act of energetic hygiene. It pumps oxygen to your brain, releases mood-boosting endorphins, moves stagnant energy through your lymphatic system, and builds the physical resilience that mirrors and reinforces your mental resilience. Whether it is dancing, running, lifting weights, or practicing yoga, the form matters less than the principle. A body in motion keeps its energy in motion. The third pillar, and perhaps the most neglected in our hustle-obsessed culture, is sleep. We have been taught to view sleep as a necessary evil, an unproductive period of downtime to be minimized. This is a catastrophic misunderstanding. Sleep is a sacred and active state of profound regeneration. It is during deep sleep that your body repairs its tissues, your immune system recharges, and your brain undertakes a crucial detoxification process, literally washing away the metabolic waste produced during the day. On a spiritual and energetic level, it is when your conscious mind gets out of the way, allowing your subconscious to process, integrate, and connect with higher intelligence. To consistently deprive yourself of adequate, high-quality sleep is the fastest way to degrade your energetic signature. It guarantees you will operate from a place of stress, reactivity, and diminished cognitive function. The millionaire mindset honors sleep, understanding that it is during this sacred reset that the clarity, creativity, and vitality for the coming day are born. The fourth and final pillar is hydration. This may seem basic, but its energetic importance cannot be overstated. Your body is approximately 70% water. Water is a magnificent conductor of electricity and energy. Every single nerve impulse, every thought you have, is a bioelectrical signal. Proper hydration is essential for the smooth and efficient functioning of this entire communication network. Dehydration, even at a mild level, literally dries up your energetic flow. It leads to fatigue, headaches, and brain fog. The simple act of consistently drinking enough pure water is a foundational practice for maintaining a clear, conductive, high-frequency physical system. The profound connection between our life experiences and our physical bodies is a concept validated by modern science. In his seminal work, The Body Keeps the Score, psychiatrist Dr. Bessel van der Kolk meticulously documents how trauma and overwhelming emotional experiences are not just stored as memories in the brain, but are physically embedded in the body in our posture, our muscle tension, our nervous system responses. While his work focuses on trauma, the core principle is universal. Our biography becomes our biology. If years of trauma can physically reshape the body, so too can years of chronic, low-grade stress, anxiety, and energetic misalignment. The persistent tightness in your shoulders is the physical residue of the burdens you feel you are carrying. The knots in your stomach are the physical manifestation of your anxieties. Your body is a living history book of your energetic state. But the beautiful reverse is also true. Just as the body stores negative energy, it can be reconditioned to become a vessel of positive, abundant energy. By consciously tending to these four pillars, by eating life-affirming food, moving your body with joy, honoring your need for sleep, and staying hydrated, you are not just improving your health. You are actively raising the physical vibration of your being. You are telling your body, on a cellular level, that it is safe, that it is provided for, and that it is a vessel for vitality. A radiantly healthy body becomes the stable, unwavering platform upon which all your mental and spiritual work can stand. It provides the sustained energy for inspired action, the clarity for brilliant ideas, and the emotional stability to navigate challenges. With a clear mind and a vibrant body, you become a perfectly tuned instrument. You are now fully equipped to perceive and act upon the most subtle, most powerful, and most valuable form of guidance available to you, the unerring wisdom of your own intuition. We stand now as the masters of a magnificent vessel. Through disciplined practice, we have tuned our minds, fueled our spirits, and built a physical body that is a vibrant, high-frequency instrument. We have quieted the incessant noise of the outside world and the inner static of our own anxieties. The instrument is now perfectly calibrated. But for what purpose? It has been tuned to perceive a signal that was previously inaudible. A form of guidance so subtle, it is drowned out by the roar of logic and the chatter of fear. We are ready to learn to navigate not by the brittle maps of data and analysis alone, but by the infallible internal gyroscope. That is your intuition. This is the shift from calculation to knowing, from deduction to revelation. It is the activation of your intuitive compass. The scarcity mindset is addicted to the illusion of certainty provided by external data. It needs spreadsheets, 5-year plans, market research, and expert opinions before it will dare to make a move. It worships at the altar of the logical, rational mind, believing it to be the ultimate authority. But this mind, for all its brilliance, has a severe limitation. It can only draw conclusions based on what is already known, on the data from the past. It cannot perceive the emergent possibilities of the future. It operates in a world of knowns, true wealth, breakthrough innovation, and divinely timed opportunity. However, exist in the realm of the unknown. And to navigate this realm, you need a different kind of faculty, the millionaire mindset. While respecting data as a useful tool, places its ultimate trust in a higher form of intelligence. It trusts the gut feeling, the hunch, the quiet inner whisper. It trusts the compass. What exactly is this intuition? It is not a random guess or a flight of fancy. It is a highly sophisticated form of holistic intelligence. Think of your conscious mind as the captain of a ship. Standing on the bridge with a pair of binoculars, the captain can see the immediate waves, the nearby ships, and the clouds on the horizon. This is your analytical mind at work. But your intuition is like having a direct line to a state-of-the-art sonar system connected to a satellite network that is monitoring the entire ocean. This vast subconscious system is constantly processing billions of bits of information that your conscious mind isn't even aware of the subtle shifts in another person's body language. The energetic residue in a room, the faint patterns connecting seemingly unrelated events. Intuition is the summarized report from this vast network, delivered not as a dense dossier, but as a single, clear, instantaneous feeling, a gut feeling. It is a knowing that bypasses the linear steps of logic. Great leaders and visionaries have always understood this. Steve Jobs, for instance, famously followed his intuition, honed by his study of Zen Buddhism, to make aesthetic and strategic decisions that defied market research, but ultimately redefined entire industries. He didn't just analyze what customers wanted, he intuited what they would desire before they knew it themselves. The single greatest challenge in learning to use this inner compass is distinguishing its clear, true signal from the loud, panicked screaming of fear. This is the essential discernment that separates the master from the novice. They are two entirely different frequencies, and you can learn to recognize them with your whole body. Fear is almost always loud, frantic, and demanding. It shouts in your mind, often accompanied by a vivid and catastrophic mental movie of all the things that could go wrong. It feels heavy, constricting, and urgent. It will create a knot in your stomach, a tightness in your chest. The voice of fear is usually rooted in the past. Remember that other time you tried this and failed or projected into the future. If you do this, you will end up humiliated and broke. It is the voice of your ego trying to protect you by keeping you small and safe within the confines of your past experiences. Intuition, by stark contrast, is almost always quiet. It is a calm, gentle, and often neutral whisper. It does not need to justify itself with a long, convoluted story. Its guidance is often simple and direct. Wait. Go for it. Talk to that person. Turn left here. The feeling that accompanies intuition is one of expansion, of peace, of a quiet inner rightness. Even if the guidance is pointing you toward a difficult or challenging action, it feels like an opening, a subtle sense of flow. While fear creates a visceral feeling of contraction, intuition creates a feeling of resonance, as if a quiet bell has been struck deep within you. Fear is a frantic alarm bell warning you of danger, real or imagined. Intuition is the steady, silent light of a lighthouse, calmly guiding you through the fog toward the safest passage. Learning to tell the difference is the foundational skill of living a guided life. Like any faculty, your intuition is a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger and more reliable it becomes. The work we have already done is the essential groundwork. The daily rituals of silence and meditation are the training gym for your intuitive abilities. You cannot hear a whisper in a noisy room. Meditation is the practice of systematically quieting the loud, shouting voice of the fearful ego, which creates the inner stillness necessary for the subtle whisper of intuition to finally be heard. But there are also active practices you can undertake to strengthen this muscle. One of the most powerful is to spend regular time in nature. The natural world operates on a purely intuitive, non-verbal frequency. Getting out of the man-made world of right angles and deadlines and into the flowing, cyclical world of trees, rivers, and mountains helps to recalibrate your own energy field. It gets you out of your analytical head and drops you into the feeling intelligence of your body. The most important practice, however, is to consciously build your trust muscle. Start small. Throughout your day, pay attention to the minor, seemingly insignificant intuitive nudges you receive. You're walking through a bookstore and feel a strange pull toward a book in a section you never visit. Buy the book. You're about to send an important email, and a little voice says, "Wait an hour." Wait the hour. You get a sudden thought to call an old friend you haven't spoken to in ages. Make the call. The key is to act on these small nudges without needing a logical reason. Each time you follow a nudge, and it leads to a positive, interesting, or even just neutral outcome, you are providing your logical mind with evidence that this other guidance system is valid. You are creating a positive feedback loop. Your rational mind, seeing the results, will begin to relax its tyrannical grip and learn to cooperate with your intuitive compass. By starting with these low-stakes decisions, you build the confidence and trust required to follow your intuition when it guides you toward the major, life-altering decisions. You are now equipped with a guidance system that is infallible, always available, and calibrated specifically for your highest good. The millionaire mindset does not forsake logic and reason. It uses them as valued officers on the ship, but the ultimate command, the final decision on which course to chart, always rests with the captain. Your calm, clear, intuitive knowing. You have learned to hear the whisper. You trust the compass. The next, and perhaps most challenging, step in this journey of co-creation is to actually let go of the oars, to cease your frantic efforts to control the currents, and to learn the profound and graceful art of surrender. It is the art of allowing your intuitive wisdom to guide you and trusting that the river knows the way to the sea. We have calibrated our being to hear the silent, unerring whisper of our intuitive compass. We have learned to distinguish its calm, quiet guidance from the frantic shouts of fear. We now possess an inner navigation system that is perpetually calibrated to our highest good. But here we arrive at the most paradoxical and advanced lesson of all possessing. The perfect map is useless if you refuse to let go of the steering wheel. Having the ultimate guide is pointless if you argue with its every direction and insist on taking your own familiar, dead-end detours. The final stage of becoming a master creator is not about doing more, but about letting go more. It is about moving from a state of frantic control to one of profound trust. It is the subtle, magnificent, and liberating art of allowing. For most of our lives, we have been unknowingly worshipping at the altar of resistance. Resistance is the default state of the ego. It is the energy of no. It is the constant, low-grade friction we generate whenever we push against what is. Resistance is the worry that gnaws at you in the middle of the night. It is the doubt that questions your worthiness. It is the complaint about the traffic, the weather, or the economy. It is the desperate need to micromanage every detail of a project, to control every person's perception of you. Energetically, resistance is like trying to drive a high-performance car with the emergency brake fully engaged. You are burning immense amounts of fuel, creating smoke and noise, and yet you are moving forward at a crawl, wondering why everything feels so difficult. Resistance is the metaphysical beach ball you are trying to hold underwater. It takes enormous, sustained effort, and the moment you relax, it bursts to the surface. It is the very force that keeps you stuck, because it sends a fundamentally contradictory signal to the universe. With one hand, you are asking for abundance, and with the other, you are broadcasting a powerful, all-consuming vibration that says, "This is hard. I am scared. I don't trust the process. I am focused on the problem." The universe, which responds not to your words but to your vibration, dutifully delivers more experiences that match the feeling of hardness, scarcity, and struggle. Resistance is the dam you build, brick by painful brick, that holds back the very river of well-being you claim you want to experience. The art of allowing is the conscious act of dismantling this dam. But it is here that the greatest misunderstanding arises. The ego will immediately label allowing as passivity, as laziness, as giving up. This could not be further from the truth. Allowing is not a state of inert inaction. It is a state of supreme, active trust. It is the ultimate expression of faith in your own creative power and in the benevolent intelligence of the cosmos. The process of allowing is a sacred, three-part dance. First, you do your part. You use the clarity of your mind to set a clear intention. You get specific about the feeling and the essence of what you desire to create. As we have practiced, second, you do your other part. You listen for and take inspired action. You act on the intuitive nudges, the whispers from your inner compass, without hesitation. The first two steps are your active contribution to the dance. Then comes the third and most crucial step, the one that requires true mastery. You release your attachment to the outcome. This is the great surrender. You let go of your rigid insistence on how your desire must manifest, when it must manifest, and the exact form it must take. You have placed your order with the cosmic kitchen, and you now trust that the master chef knows the perfect combination of ingredients and the perfect timing far better than you do. To continue worrying, to try and force the outcome, is like barging into the five-star kitchen and trying to tell the chef how to do their job. It is an act of profound distrust that disrupts the entire creative process. Allowing is having the wisdom and grace to place your order with clarity and faith, and then leaning back, trusting that a masterpiece is being prepared for you. This is where many of us falter, because we are terrible at the final part of the equation, receiving. We have been conditioned to believe that our worth comes from giving, doing, and striving. As a result, many of us have become pathologically poor receivers. When someone pays you a genuine compliment, what is your first impulse? Is it to take a deep breath, make eye contact, and say, "Thank you, I really received that"? Or is it to deflect, to diminish, to say, "Oh, this old thing," or "it was nothing"? Really, when someone offers you help, do you accept it with gratitude? Or do you insist, "No, no, I've got it," because you don't want to be a bother when a stroke of good fortune comes your way? Is your first thought one of joy or one of suspicion? This is too good to be true. When is the other shoe going to drop every time you deflect a compliment? Refuse help or meet good fortune with suspicion. You are screaming a vibrational NO at the universe. You are energetically blocking the very channels of abundance you have been asking it to open. Learning to allow means learning to receive gracefully. It means cultivating a deep, unshakable sense of worthiness, a knowing that you are deserving of all the good the universe has to offer. Simply because you exist, it is practicing the simple, powerful art of saying thank you without qualification. The entire practice of allowing can be understood through the simple metaphor of planting a seed. Your intention is the seed. You do the initial work of finding fertile soil and planting it. You water it with your positive focus and inspired actions. And then, you must trust the process. You must trust in the invisible, miraculous forces of nature that will cause that seed to germinate, sprout, and grow. A foolish gardener would dig up the seed every day to check if it's growing. This constant anxiety and micromanagement would, of course, kill the seed. The wise gardener waters the soil, ensures it has sunlight, and then allows nature to do its work, trusting that the growth is happening, unseen, beneath the surface. Your desires are the same. Allow them to germinate in the fertile darkness of the unknown. This is the very essence of the teachings of Abraham Hicks and their concept of the vortex of creation. They offer a powerful metaphor. Imagine that every time you have a desire, from the most trivial to the most profound, a vibrational, non-physical version of that reality is instantly created and held for you in a swirling vortex of pure, positive energy. Your perfect health, your dream home, your thriving business, your soulmate, they all exist right now in this vibrational escrow account. They are a done deal. The only reason you are not experiencing them is because your own frequency, your own vibration, does not match the high frequency of the vortex. Your resistance, your doubt, your worry, your fear is what holds you outside the door of this vibrational reality. The art of allowing, then, is simply the process of stopping the thoughts and feelings that cause resistance. It is the practice of feeling good, of reaching for relief, of trusting, of meditating, of appreciating. By doing so, you raise your personal frequency until it harmonizes with the frequency of the vortex. When your vibration matches, the door swings open, and the contents of your vortex must, by law, flow into your tangible experience. You are not making it happen. You are allowing what has already been created to come in. This is the ultimate shift in perspective. You move from being the struggling, desperate builder who is trying to force every brick into place, to the joyful, masterful conductor who simply lifts their baton, trusts the orchestra, and allows the magnificent symphony to play. You let go of the oars and you pick up the rudder. You are no longer fighting the river. You are steering gracefully within its powerful, benevolent current. And as you master this art of surrender, as you learn to dance with the flow of life rather than wrestle against it, you come to a profound and humbling realization you were never doing it alone. You realize that in letting go, you have simply made space for your silent, infinitely powerful partner to step in and lead the dance. We have learned to let go of the oars in the profound silence of our surrender. In the graceful art of allowing, we begin to feel the gentle, unmistakable pull of a current. We realize that the river has an intelligence of its own, a deep and ancient wisdom that is guiding us toward the sea. This realization marks a monumental shift in consciousness. We move from the lonely, exhausting role of a solitary striver, battling against an indifferent world, to the joyful, supported role of a co-creator, engaged in a divine joint venture. The universe is not a cold, empty void you must conquer, nor is it a cosmic vending machine you must manipulate. The universe is your senior business partner, and learning the dynamics of this partnership is the key to unlocking a life of effortless grace and miraculous success. In any successful partnership, clarity of roles is essential. Our great mistake has been trying to do our partner's job. We have been acting like a junior associate who, after presenting a vision, insists on taking over the roles of CEO, CFO, and the entire logistics department. It is an act of inefficiency, arrogance, and profound distrust. In this grand joint venture, your role as the junior partner is specific and crucial. Your job is to be the visionary. Your responsibility lies in two areas, the what and the why. The what is not about obsessing over every minute detail, but about cultivating a crystal clear feeling state of your desired reality. What is the core essence, the emotional signature of the life you wish to live? The why is your motivation, the deep, resonant purpose behind your vision. Is it to experience true freedom, to express your innate creativity, to serve humanity in a unique way? A powerful, heartfelt why is the energetic fuel for your vision. It is the signal you broadcast with passion and clarity. Once you have done your job, you must then trust your senior partner, the universe, the field of infinite intelligence, to do its job. The universe is the master of operations and logistics. Its role is the how. It has access to a cosmic database of infinite connections and possibilities, pathways that are utterly invisible to your limited human perspective. While you are trying to figure out how to get from point A to point B, the universe can already see the perfect pathway to point Z, a destination far grander than you could have imagined. When you obsess over the how, you are stepping on your partner's toes. You are telling the infinitely intelligent CEO of logistics that you know better. The art of this partnership is to hold the vision and the why with unwavering faith, and then release the how with absolute, unconditional trust. But how does this silent partner communicate with us? How does it guide our steps and present its plan? Its language is not of words, but of synchronicity. Synchronicity, a term beautifully coined by the psychologist Carl Jung, describes the phenomenon of meaningful coincidences, events that seem connected by meaning rather than by a clear cause and effect chain. It is the universe leaving a trail of energetic breadcrumbs for you to follow. You may be pondering a specific business problem, and you randomly overhear a conversation between strangers that contains the exact solution. You may decide you need to find a mentor with a specific skill set, and the next day, an old acquaintance calls you out of the blue to introduce you to someone who happens to be a world-renowned expert in that very field. You might see the same unusual symbol or hear the same obscure phrase 3 times in one day, pointing your attention in a new direction. These are not random accidents. They are winks from your partner, reassuring nods that say, "I've received your request. The plan is in motion. I'm leaving you clues. Are you paying attention?" The rituals of silence and presence that we have cultivated are what make us receptive to this language. When our minds are cluttered and we are rushing through life, we are deaf and blind to the synchronicities that are constantly unfolding around us. But when we are calm and present, we begin to notice the magic. Our job is to become masterful detectives of meaning, to see the patterns, and to acknowledge these signs with gratitude. A simple inner thank you for the sign reinforces your connection to your partner and encourages even more guidance to flow your way. Of course, the truest test of any partnership is not when things are going smoothly, but when challenges arise. What happens when a crucial deal falls through? What happens when a project you poured your heart into fails to launch? The old mindset would call this failure and despair. The co-creative partnership model sees it as strategic intervention from your senior partner. Perhaps the deal that fell through was with a person who would have created immense legal and ethical problems for you down the road. Perhaps the project that failed was a necessary detour to teach you a skill you would need for a much larger project that is waiting for you. This perspective requires supreme faith. It is the unwavering trust that everything that happens is happening for you, not to you. It is the knowing that your partner, with its infinite wisdom, sometimes has to close a door you are desperately trying to keep open, simply because it can see the magnificent, wide-open gate just around the corner that is still invisible to you. There is no more powerful or compelling case study for this principle than the true story of Michael A. Singer, as documented in his astonishing memoir, The Surrender Experiment. Singer, a young man who simply wanted to live a solitary life of yoga and meditation in the woods, decided to undertake a radical experiment. He vowed to quiet the chattering voice of his personal preferences, his ego's fears and desires, and to simply say yes to whatever life presented to him. He surrendered his personal agenda and allowed the flow of the universe to be the sole determinant of his actions. The results were nothing short of miraculous. A series of synchronicities he could never have planned led this quiet meditator to create a massive spiritual community, to pioneer the field of medical software, and to become the founding CEO of a publicly traded billion-dollar company. At every turn, when his logical mind screamed no, he chose to trust the flow and say yes. His life serves as irrefutable proof that the universe's plan for you is often infinitely grander, more creative, and more abundant than the small, fear-based plan you have for yourself. He didn't just have a business partner. He made the universe his CEO. This is the ultimate evolution of the millionaire mindset. You are no longer a lone wolf, struggling against the world. You are a supported, cherished, and divinely guided partner in the magnificent dance of creation. Your job is not to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders, but to hold your vision with joyful clarity, to act on the intuitive and synchronous guidance you receive, and to trust your powerful senior partner to arrange the details. As you relax into this state of co-creative flow, a final, beautiful transformation begins to occur. Your focus naturally begins to shift. The partnership becomes less about what you can get from the universe and more about what you can give through this magnificent alliance. Your personal desires begin to expand into a grander, more inclusive vision. You start to think not just about your own success, but about the impact you can make, the service you can render, and the legacy you can leave behind. You are now in the flow. You have surrendered the need for frantic control and have entered into a sacred and powerful partnership with the universe. You trust your intuitive compass. You allow your good to come to you. In this state of grace, your personal needs and desires begin to be met with an ease that once seemed impossible. The desperate, grasping energy of your past dissolves, replaced by a calm and unshakable knowing that you are always supported, always provided for. From this new, elevated plateau of being, your perspective begins to widen. You look out from the summit you have reached, and for the first time, you see the vast landscape beyond your own personal kingdom. It is at this point that the final and most profound evolution of the millionaire mindset occurs. The driving question of your life gracefully shifts from, what can I get to, what can I give? You are ready to tune into the legacy frequency. This is not a moral imperative imposed from the outside. It is a natural, organic expansion of a soul that has healed its own sense of lack. The journey of consciousness often unfolds in 3 stages. The first stage is the me stage, focused on survival. It's about getting out of debt, paying the bills, and creating a foundation of personal safety. This is a necessary and honorable stage. The second stage is the my stage, focused on personal thriving. It's about accumulating wealth, enjoying the fruits of your labor, and experiencing personal freedom. This is the stage of building your own beautiful life. But the truly wealthy in spirit, those with the most resonant energetic signature, inevitably arrive at a third stage, the we stage. This is the stage of contribution, of service, of legacy. It is the realization that the skills, the resources, and the wisdom you have accumulated were not given to you for your own comfort alone. They are tools. You have become a well-resourced channel, and the creative energy of the universe now wishes to flow through you to make a larger impact on the world. Operating from the legacy frequency supercharges your creative power because it provides you with the most potent and sustainable why imaginable. A personal why, such as I want to buy a luxury car, certainly has energy. It can motivate you for a time, but it is a finite energy source. Once you have the car, the motivation wanes. A legacy-driven why, however, taps into an infinite, transpersonal source of power. A why like, I want to build a company that revolutionizes sustainable energy, or I want to create a foundation that provides clean water for 1 million people, is a goal so vast and so meaningful that it pulls you forward through any and all obstacles. It provides a reservoir of resilience that a purely selfish goal could never offer. On the days when you are tired or face setbacks, the thought of your personal gain might not be enough to get you out of bed, but the thought of the lives you could change, the planet you could help heal, the impact you could make that is a fire that cannot be extinguished. Take a moment to ask yourself the ultimate legacy question. If you were to attend your own funeral 100 years from now, what would you want the eulogy to say? What would you want your great-grandchildren to know you for? Will they speak of the cars you owned, or the balance in your bank account? Or will they speak of the lives you touched, the problems you solved, the wisdom you shared, the love you gave? The answer to this question is the blueprint for your legacy. Meditating on it aligns your daily actions with an ultimate, soul-stirring purpose. This shift to a contribution-focused mindset also triggers a powerful energetic dynamic, the law of abundant circulation. The scarcity mindset hoards its resources, its money, its knowledge, its time out of a deep-seated fear that there is a limited supply. Hoarding creates energetic constipation. It is a declaration of distrust in the universe. It creates stagnation. The abundant, legacy-driven mindset understands that true wealth is a river, not a swamp. A swamp hoards its water, and as a result, becomes stagnant, putrid, and lifeless. A river remains vibrant, fresh, and full of energy precisely because it is in a constant state of flow, constantly giving its water away to the ocean, knowing with absolute certainty that it will be endlessly replenished from the source in the mountains. To become a river of abundance, you must be willing to give freely. The very act of generosity is the most powerful affirmation of your own abundance. It sends a resounding signal to the universe that says, I have more than enough. I live in an infinite supply. I trust that as I give, I will be replenished. And the universe, honoring your powerful belief, must respond in kind, opening up new and unexpected channels of replenishment. History is filled with powerful examples of this shift from accumulation to contribution. Andrew Carnegie, a man who amassed one of the greatest fortunes in human history through his steel empire, spent the latter part of his life in a feverish state of contribution. In his famous 1889 essay, The Gospel of Wealth, he argued that it was the moral responsibility of the wealthy to use their fortunes not for frivolous excess, but for the betterment of society. He lived by this creed, funding the creation of over 500 public libraries, creating world-renowned universities like Carnegie Mellon, and building institutions like Carnegie Hall. He moved from being a master of accumulation to a master of circulation, and his legacy is not in the steel he produced, but in the knowledge and art he made accessible to millions. We see the same pattern in modern titans like Bill Gates, who pivoted from building the world's largest software company to tackling the world's most challenging diseases, or Warren Buffett, who has pledged to give away virtually his entire fortune, stating that he wants to leave his children enough money so that they would feel they could do anything, but not so much that they could do nothing. These figures all reached a point where the personal game of getting more became meaningless. The only game left worth playing was the game of giving back, of making a lasting impact. Tuning into the legacy frequency is the final graduation of the millionaire mindset. It is the understanding that true wealth is not measured by what you hold, but by what you flow. It is the capacity to effect positive change, to alleviate suffering, and to contribute to the evolution of consciousness, all at a significant scale. This is the most attractive and magnetic, energetic signature possible. When your personal desires are aligned with a purpose that is larger than yourself, you are no longer just a partner with the universe. You become one of its most cherished and well-resourced agents. The full, creative force of the cosmos rushes to support a vision that serves the good of the whole. And when you begin to think, feel, and operate from this expansive, generous, and legacy-driven state of being, it will begin to permeate every aspect of your life, right down to the very words that pass your lips. Your language itself will transform from a tool for describing your current reality into a powerful instrument for weaving your grandest vision into existence. We have ascended to the highest vibrational peak of human motivation, the legacy frequency. We have moved beyond the confines of personal need and into the expansive realm of contribution and service. Our why is no longer a small, personal desire, but a grand, world-changing vision. This new energetic signature is the most powerful and magnetic force we can embody. Yet, it can all be short-circuited by a single, unconscious habit: the language we use. Your words are not passive descriptors of your reality. They are active, creative incantations. Each word you speak is a brushstroke on the canvas of your life, a command issued to your subconscious mind, a vibration sent out into the quantum field. To operate from a legacy frequency while speaking a language of lack is to be a king who walks around in beggar's rags. To fully step into your power as a conscious creator, you must align your vocabulary with your vision. You must master the language of abundance. Before we can learn this new language, we must first become detectives of our old one. We must conduct a fearless audit of our daily speech and root out the insidious phrases of lack that have kept us tethered to a reality smaller than our dreams. The first and most common offender is the phrase, "You can't afford it." When you speak these 4 words, you are casting a powerful spell of powerlessness. It is a definitive, absolute statement that slams the door on all possibility. It tells your subconscious mind to stop looking for solutions. It declares to the universe that you are in a state of lack. It is an energetic dead end. A close cousin is the phrase, "That's too expensive." This statement frames your entire reality through the lens of cost and scarcity. It positions you as a passive victim of prices that are set out there beyond your control. It reinforces a mindset where things are always out of reach, rather than one where you are a powerful creator capable of generating any resource you require. Another devastatingly common phrase is the casual declaration, "I'm so broke." This is a direct, "I am" statement, a command to your very identity. When you say "I am broke," you are not just describing a temporary cash flow situation. You are programming your being to be the energy of broke. The universe, which is a faithful servant to your "I am," will work tirelessly to bring you more experiences that validate this identity. Then there is the language of struggle. It's so hard. "I'm really struggling right now." These words weave a reality where success and effort must be synonymous with pain and difficulty. When you repeatedly tell yourself and others how hard things are, you are programming your mind to seek out and create more hardship, believing it to be a necessary component of the journey. Finally, there is the weak and wishing language of hope. "I wish I could," or "I hope I get." This language places all power outside of yourself. It positions you as a child hoping for a gift from an external authority, rather than the powerful creator who commands their reality into being. To upgrade your energetic signature, you must consciously and deliberately replace this disempowering vocabulary. Instead of "I can't afford it," you can shift into a creative, empowered mindset by asking, "How can I afford it?" This question opens your mind and commands it to start looking for creative solutions. Alternatively, you can make a statement of conscious choice. "That is not a financial priority for me right now." Can you feel the energetic difference? The first is a statement of weakness. The second is a statement of power. Instead of "That's too expensive," you can reframe it around value. The value isn't there for me at that price. Or I choose to invest my financial energy elsewhere. This makes you the powerful arbiter of value, not the victim of price. Instead of the toxic declaration, "I'm so broke," you can use neutral, temporary language. "I am currently managing my cash flow with precision." Or better yet, focus on your desired state. "I am in the process of generating extraordinary wealth." When faced with a challenge, banish the words "hard" and "struggle." Instead, say, "This is a fascinating challenge," or "I am fully capable of figuring this out." This reframes the situation from a painful ordeal into an engaging puzzle, and you must eliminate the language of wishing. Replace "I wish" with the language of decision and creation. I am choosing to create. I have decided that I will. These are the phrases of a sovereign creator, not a hopeful bystander. Of all the words in your creative arsenal, none are more potent than the two words, I am. Whatever you place after these two words becomes a direct command to the universe. It is the beginning of all creation. For years, you have likely been using these words unconsciously to create realities you did not want. I am so tired. I am always stressed. I am unlucky in business. Each of these is a powerful, self-fulfilling prophecy. The conscious creator seizes these two words and wields them with deliberate, surgical precision. The practice is to declare what you choose to be long before it has fully manifested in your physical reality. I am wealthy. I am abundant. I am healthy and full of vibrant energy. I am a powerful creator. I am a magnet for miracles and opportunities. Making these declarations, especially in the morning, as you set the tone for your day, is one of the most powerful rituals you can perform. You are defining your being, and reality must rearrange itself to match your definition. This is the true purpose of affirmations and mantras. They are not the wishful thinking of a child. They are the disciplined tools of a master programmer, used to consciously overwrite the old, disempowering code that was installed in your subconscious in your youth. An affirmation spoken with consistency and, most importantly, with feeling, becomes a new truth when you say, money flows to me easily, frequently, and abundantly from multiple sources. And you allow yourself to feel the relief, the excitement, and the security of that reality. You are recalibrating your entire energetic signature. You are aligning your words and your emotions, creating a coherent broadcast that the universe cannot ignore. No one captures this bold, unapologetic approach to language better than the author Jen Sincero in her book. You are a badass at making money. Her work is a masterclass in the language of abundance. She exhorts the reader to drop the apologetic, weak language around money and to instead adopt the mindset and vocabulary of someone who is already wealthy. She encourages powerful, sometimes outrageous, declarations and affirmations precisely because they are designed to shatter old, limiting beliefs. Her philosophy is not about politely asking the universe for more. It's about standing up and declaring your divine birthright to be abundant. Using your words as the primary tool to stake your claim, she understands that you cannot create a badass reality with a timid vocabulary. Your words are the threads with which you weave the tapestry of your life. Every complaint is a tangled knot. Every doubt is a fraying strand. Every fearful phrase is a dull, gray color, but every declaration of abundance is a thread of pure gold. Every statement of gratitude is a vibrant, shimmering silk. By becoming a conscious and deliberate weaver, by choosing your words with the same care that a master artist chooses their colors, you align your speech with your grandest, legacy-driven vision. You learn that your words are not just describing your world, they are creating it. And as you begin to speak this new, powerful language of abundance, a miraculous perceptual shift occurs. Your eyes, filtered through this new vocabulary of possibility, begin to see the world differently. You no longer see problems and obstacles. Instead, everywhere you look, you begin to see a world shimmering with untapped potential. You begin to see through the eyes of opportunity. We have arrived at a profound turning point by consciously choosing our words, by speaking the language of abundance and possibility. We have done more than simply change our vocabulary. We have fundamentally altered the very lens through which we perceive reality. Words are not just sounds, they are the focusing knobs on the great apparatus of our perception. And with our lens now tuned to the frequency of our legacy-driven vision, we begin to see a world that was previously invisible. We take off the old, smudged glasses of scarcity and limitation and put on a new, crystal-clear pair, polished with the cloth of our new language. These are the opportunity goggles, and through them, the entire landscape of our lives is transformed. Where once there were walls, we now see doorways. Where once there were problems, we now see possibilities. This is not wishful thinking. It is a function of how our brains are wired. Deep within your brain is a network of neurons called the reticular activating system, or RAS. Think of it as the gatekeeper to your conscious mind. You are bombarded with billions of bits of sensory information every second, and it is the RAS's job to filter out the noise and only show you what you have programmed it to believe is important. If you decide to buy a specific model of a red car, you suddenly start seeing that exact red car everywhere on the road. The cars were always there, but your RAS, now programmed with a new instruction, began highlighting them from the sea of traffic. The same is true for problems and opportunities. If you are constantly focused on lack, worry, and what's going wrong, you are programming your RAS to be a world-class problem finder. It will dutifully scan your environment and present you with an endless stream of evidence to validate your belief. The traffic jam, the rude email, the negative news headline, the unexpected bill. Your reality becomes a perfect reflection of your focus. The millionaire mindset consciously and deliberately programs its RAS to be an opportunity finder. By focusing on solutions, growth, and potential, it trains this inner gatekeeper to highlight the subtle signals of possibility that the scarcity mindset completely misses. It's the overheard conversation in a coffee shop that sparks a new business idea. It's the for-lease sign on a building in an up-and-coming neighborhood. It is the subtle gap in the market that everyone else has overlooked. The opportunities were always there, just like the red cars. The difference is in the programming. The difference is in the goggles you are wearing. The ultimate litmus test for this new vision, the greatest training ground for your opportunity-finding muscle, is the humble complaint. Every single complaint you hear, from yourself or from others, is a business opportunity disguised as negativity. Complaint is simply the verbal expression of an unmet need or an unsolved problem. The person with the scarcity mindset hears a complaint and joins in, bonding over the shared misery. The person wearing the opportunity goggles hears a complaint and their ears perk up. They hear market research. They hear the sound of a potential enterprise. Think of the greatest innovations of our time. They almost all began as a solution to a common complaint. It's impossible to get a taxi when it's raining was the complaint that gave birth to the multi-billion-dollar ride-sharing industry. I have all this music, but it's a pain to carry around all these CDs, was the complaint that led to the iPod and the revolution of digital music. Eating out is expensive, and I'm tired of cooking, but there are no good options for delicious, home-delivered meals, was the complaint that launched the entire food delivery app ecosystem. When you train your mind to hear complaints in this new way, the world transforms from a frustrating place into an endless buffet of potential ventures. Your friend complaining about how hard it is to find a reliable house cleaner is not just venting, they are handing you a business plan. So how do you cultivate this mindset? You do it by changing your mental habits. You start by changing the questions you ask. The problem-focused mind asks, why is this happening to me? Whose fault is this? The opportunity-focused mind asks, what can be learned from this? What is the opportunity hidden within this challenge? How could this be made easier, faster, or more enjoyable? This simple shift in questioning directs your powerful subconscious mind to stop searching for blame and to start searching for solutions. You can practice this as a mental exercise. The next time you feel frustrated by a product or a service, instead of just fuming, engage in a creative brainstorm. How would you improve it? What would the perfect version look like? You are strengthening your opportunity muscle, making it a natural, reflexive part of your thinking process. At the heart of this practice is the superpower of curiosity. A cynical mind is a closed mind. It believes it already has all the answers. A curious mind is an open mind. It is always wondering, always learning, always asking, what if? It approaches the world with a beginner's mind, free from the prejudice of past experience. This state of open, playful curiosity is what allows you to see the novel connections between seemingly unrelated ideas, leading to true innovation. There is no more perfect illustration of this principle in action than the founding story of Airbnb. In 2007, two roommates in San Francisco, Brian Chesky and Joe Gebbia, were broke and struggling to pay their rent. A major international design conference was coming to town, and they knew all the hotels were completely booked. The scarcity mindset, wearing the problem goggles, would have seen this situation as two separate, unfortunate facts. We have a personal problem. We can't pay our rent. And there's an external problem. There are no hotel rooms. They would have seen only their own crisis. But Chesky and Gebbia, looking through their opportunity goggles, saw a connection. They saw a solution. They thought, our problem is that we need money. Their problem is that they need a place to stay. What if we could use our problem to solve their problem? They pulled 3 air mattresses out of their closet, put them on their living room floor, and created a simple website advertising an airbed and breakfast. They charged $80 a night and offered their guests a place to sleep and a home-cooked breakfast. They were not focused on creating a global empire. They were focused on solving an immediate, tangible problem they had observed. They saw the potential where everyone else saw a sold-out city. That simple, curious, solution-oriented insight, born from a personal problem, grew into a global hospitality giant that has completely disrupted the travel industry. They didn't just find an opportunity. Their mindset allowed them to perceive one where no one else was looking. This is the power that is now available to you. The world itself has not changed. but your capacity to see it has been forever altered. With the language of abundance on your lips and the opportunity goggles firmly in place, you now walk through a world shimmering with potential. You are no longer a victim of circumstance, but a seeker of solutions, a connoisseur of possibility. You see the gaps, the needs, the elegant connections, but seeing the opportunity is only the first step. To bring that potential from the realm of sight into the realm of substance requires that you act, and acting on something new, something bold, something that pushes the boundaries of your comfort zone, will inevitably bring you face to face with the most ancient and powerful gatekeeper of human potential, the visceral, primal, and deeply misunderstood emotion of fear. You have donned the opportunity goggles. Your world, once a landscape of problems and limitations, is now a shimmering field of infinite potential. You see the unmet needs, the elegant solutions, the hidden pathways to value and contribution. The blueprint for your success is laid out before you in dazzling clarity. But as you take your first determined step toward this new, expansive territory, you feel a cold, primal grip in your stomach. Your breath shortens. Your palms sweat. You have come face to face with the ancient guardian that stands at the edge of every comfort zone. You have met fear, and your relationship with this powerful, misunderstood energy will determine whether you claim the potential you now see, or retreat back into the familiar prison of what you have always known. For most of our lives, we have been taught that fear is a stop sign. It is a signal of danger, a warning to turn back. The millionaire mindset understands a more profound truth. Fear is not a cage designed to trap you. It is a compass designed to guide you. Its needle points directly toward your greatest opportunity for growth. The goal is not to live a fearless life, for a life without fear is a life without growth, but to learn to dance with fear, to use its energy as a catalyst, and to follow its direction as the surest sign that you are on the right path. To begin this dance, we must first understand our partner. Fear originates in the most ancient part of our brain, the amygdala, often called the lizard brain. This system evolved for one purpose: physical survival. It is the mechanism that protected our ancestors from saber-toothed tigers and rival tribes. When it perceives a threat, it floods our system with adrenaline and cortisol, preparing us for fight, flight, or freeze. The problem is that this ancient, unsophisticated system cannot tell the difference between a genuine threat to our life and a modern threat to our ego. The prospect of asking for a major investment, speaking on a stage, or launching a new business triggers the exact same primal, physiological alarm as seeing a tiger in the grass. Understanding this is the first step toward freedom. The terror you feel is real, but the danger is very often an illusion created by your mind. Your work is to become a master at discerning between true fear and ego fear. True fear is a wise and protective ally. It's the feeling that tells you not to walk down a dark, deserted alley at 3 a.m. It's the instinct that warns you away from a genuinely dangerous situation. This fear should be honored. Ego fear, however, is the great limiter. It is the fear of threats not to your body, but to your self-image. It manifests in several primary forms. There is the fear of failure, which whispers, "What if you try and fall flat on your face? You'll be ruined." There is the fear of judgment, which asks, "What will they think of me? Everyone will laugh." There is the fear of rejection, the primal pain of being cast out from the tribe. And there is even the subtle fear of success, which murmurs, "What if you make it and you can't handle the pressure? What if you lose all your old friends? Who will you become?" All of these are phantoms projected by the ego to keep you within the known, predictable territory of your comfort zone. Herein lies the great reframe. The very presence of ego fear is the most reliable indicator that you are moving towards something vitally important for your soul's expansion. The boundary of your comfort zone is a perimeter fence, and the feeling of fear is the electricity crackling along that fence. Everything you have ever wanted, the wealth, the love, the impact, the legacy exists just on the other side of that electrified fence. Therefore, the fear is not a warning to turn back. It is the compass needle pointing directly north toward your destiny. If your goal doesn't scare you at least a little bit, it is probably not big enough to inspire your greatness. So, how do we dance with this energy? How do we touch the electric fence without being paralyzed by it? The first step is to acknowledge and name it. When the feeling arises, do not suppress it. Turn toward it. Give it a name. Ah, hello. Fear of judgment. I see you've shown up for this meeting. Thanks for coming. Personifying the fear in this way creates a space between you and it. You are the calm observer, not the terrified victim. It diffuses its power. The second step is to shrink the fear by shining the light of logic on it. Ask it directly, what is the absolute worst that could happen here? Follow the catastrophic fantasy all the way to its conclusion. Usually, you will find that the worst case scenario is survivable. You might be embarrassed. You might lose some money. But will you be physically harmed? Will you be utterly destroyed? Almost never. Then ask the follow-up question. And if the worst did happen, could I handle it? Would I find a way to recover? The answer is always yes. The third and most critical step is to take action. Anyway, this is the essence of courage. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the willingness to take a step forward while fear is coursing through your veins. The key is to make the steps small and manageable. Don't try to leap over the entire fence at once. Just touch it for a second. Send the one email you've been dreading. Make the one phone call. Sketch the first page of your business plan. Each time you take a small action in the presence of fear, you send a powerful new signal to your nervous system. You are teaching your ancient lizard brain, "See, we did the scary thing, and we did not die." This builds a new neural pathway. It creates evidence of your own resilience. With each small act of courage, your comfort zone expands, and the fence that once seemed like an impassable barrier becomes a familiar landmark on your journey of growth. No one has articulated this dynamic more powerfully than the author Steven Pressfield in his seminal book, The War of Art. Pressfield gives a name to the universal force of fear, doubt, and procrastination that stands between us and our creative calling. He calls it the resistance. He describes resistance as an intelligent, malicious, and impersonal force whose sole purpose is to sabotage our genius and keep us living small. Ordinary lives. Pressfield's most profound insight is this: the more resistance you feel toward a particular endeavor, the more you can be certain that this endeavor is your soul's true calling. The resistance never shows up for trivial pursuits. It saves its most ferocious attacks for the projects that matter most. Therefore, the immense fear you feel is not a sign that you should retreat. It is a blaring neon sign confirming that this is exactly the work you are meant to be doing. Your fear is a measure of the importance of your quest. With this new understanding, your entire relationship with fear is transformed. It is no longer a monster to be slain, but a dance partner to be led. It is no longer a cage that confines you, but a compass that guides you. It is no longer a stop sign. It is the starting pistol for your greatest race. By learning to acknowledge, reframe, and act in the presence of your fear, you have unlocked the final gate that stands between you and your highest potential. You have cultivated your inner world. You have aligned with the universe. You have learned to see opportunity everywhere. And now, you have found the courage to act. You possess all the tools. You have completed all the training. The final step is no longer about learning something new. It is about total integration. It is about moving from consciously doing all of these practices to unconsciously being the final result. It is about becoming the signal itself. We stand now at the summit. We have journeyed through the vast and intricate terrain of our own consciousness. We have become archaeologists of our own beliefs, alchemists of our own emotions. We have learned to amplify our intentions with gratitude, to see opportunity in every problem, to create value as a joyful expression of our soul, and to dance with the very fear that once held us captive. We have learned the techniques, practiced the rituals, and mastered the tools. And now we arrive at the final part of our transformation, which is not a part at all, but a total and complete integration. It is the destination that reveals itself to be the true beginning. This is the sacred moment when all the effortful doing falls away, and what is left is the simple, powerful, and radiant state of being. It is the point at which you cease trying to broadcast a new frequency and you simply become the signal. To understand this metamorphosis, consider the 4 stages of learning any new skill. We all began this journey at a stage of unconscious incompetence. We were creating our reality through our thoughts and vibrations, but we were completely unaware that we were doing so. Our lives were a reflection of our programming, and we believed we were merely victims of circumstance. Then, as we began to awaken, we entered conscious incompetence. We became aware of our limiting beliefs, our negative thought patterns, and our misaligned energy. But we felt clumsy and powerless to change them. We knew the old way wasn't working, but we hadn't yet mastered the new way. The long, central part of our journey, the very path we have just walked together, has been the stage of conscious competence. This is the stage of effortful practice. We had to consciously choose our thoughts. We had to deliberately practice gratitude. We had to remind ourselves to reframe failure, to set boundaries, to look for opportunities. It required discipline, focus, and a great deal of conscious energy. like a person learning to drive a car who has to consciously think about every single action. Check the mirror, apply the brake, turn the wheel, and now we arrive at the final, graceful stage, unconscious competence. This is where the driver no longer thinks about the mechanics of driving. Their actions are fluid, automatic, and perfectly integrated. They are simply driving. This is the state of becoming the signal. You no longer have to try to think abundantly. It has become your natural, default way of thinking. You no longer have to practice gratitude. You exist in a continuous state of appreciation. You no longer have to remind yourself to trust the universe. It is the bedrock of your being. The techniques have not been forgotten. They have been so deeply absorbed into the fabric of your identity that they are now as natural and unconscious as breathing. What does this state of being feel like? It is a state of profound peace and effortless flow. Opportunities, resources, and helpful people are no longer things you chase. They are things that are drawn into your orbit, attracted by the powerful, coherent, magnetic signal you have become. Synchronicities cease to be surprising anomalies and become the normal, everyday language of your life. You come to expect miracles, and so they appear. Your emotional sovereignty is absolute. External events, positive or negative, no longer have the power to knock you off your center. You can navigate the ups and downs of life with a serene, unshakable grace, because your inner state of well-being is no longer contingent on anything outside of yourself. You are deeply engaged in your work, in your contribution, in your legacy, but you are simultaneously detached from the specific outcomes you create for the pure joy of creation, for the love of the game, knowing that your worth and your peace are already whole and complete. The desperate, needy energy is gone, replaced by the calm, confident energy of the master who plays for the love of the art itself. The metaphor of the radio tower, which we began with, now comes to its ultimate conclusion. At the start, we were a weak station, broadcasting a signal filled with the static of our limiting beliefs and the distorted noise of our fears. Throughout this journey, we have been the diligent engineers, climbing the tower, repairing the wiring of our neurology, upgrading the transmitter of our heart, and consciously choosing the powerful, beautiful music we wish to broadcast. We were working on the machine, but in this final stage, the separation dissolves. You are no longer the engineer working on the tower. You are the tower. You are the source. You are the clear, powerful, unwavering signal of love, abundance, and creative power, radiating out into the cosmos in all directions, at all times. Your only job is to simply be what you have become. This state of effortless, masterful being was described over 500 years ago by the sage Lao Tzu in the timeless classic, the Tao Te Ching. The central concept of the Tao is Wu Wei. These two words are often translated as non-doing or non-action. But this translation can be misleading. Wu Wei does not mean sitting on a cushion and doing nothing. Its more accurate meaning is effortless action, or action that does not involve struggle. It is the state of acting in perfect, harmonious alignment with the natural flow of the Tao, the universe. The person practicing Wu Wei is like a master surfer who does not fight the ocean. They study the waves, feel the currents, and then, at the perfect moment, they act with precision and grace, using the immense power of the wave to carry them effortlessly to shore. They are moving with incredible speed and power, but they are not struggling. They are in a dance with a force far greater than themselves. This is the state of becoming the signal. It is the end of all struggle, the end of all resistance. It is the merging of your personal will with the divine will of the universe. You have now completed the alchemical process. The lead of your old, limited self has been transmuted into the radiant gold of your true, unlimited nature. The habits, the practices, the reframes, these were the fires and the catalysts of your transformation. But the transformation is now complete. You have not just learned a new set of skills, you have undergone a fundamental metamorphosis of being. The quest is over, not because you have finally acquired all the things you once thought you wanted, but because you have finally become the person for whom those things are a natural, inevitable, and almost incidental byproduct of who you are. This is not the end of the story. This is the stable, empowered platform from which your true, legacy-driven work can finally begin. It is the beginning of a life lived as art, a masterpiece of effortless creation. Our journey together is now complete. We have traveled from the deepest minds of the subconscious mind to the highest peaks of inspired action. We began by unearthing the dusty, inherited blueprints of our beliefs, recognizing the invisible architecture that had shaped our lives. We learned to become the masters of our inner world, to conduct the orchestra of our thoughts, and to fuel them with the fire of our emotions. We discovered the immense amplifying power of gratitude, turning a whisper of intention into a deafening roar of creation. We shattered the illusion of the time for money trap, redefining our work as a joyful expression of value. We faced the dragons of failure and fear, learning that they were not monsters, but wise and powerful guides. We built our inner fortress through sacred daily rituals and learned to curate an energetic kingdom of support around us. We have done the work, we have walked the path, and finally, we have arrived at the summit of effortless being, the state where we no longer chase success, but allow it to emerge as the natural reflection of who we have become. And what have we discovered at the end of this profound exploration? A simple, liberating truth. The millionaire mindset is not a secret club you must gain entry to, nor is it a complex set of financial strategies you must master. It is nothing more and nothing less than a frequency you choose to broadcast. It is a state of being you decide to inhabit. Wealth is not a thing you pursue out there. It is the natural byproduct of the abundant, peaceful, and powerful energy you cultivate in here. You have learned that your natural state is not lack, but lavishness, not struggle, but flow. The universe is not withholding anything from you. It has only been waiting, patiently, for you to tune your receiver to the frequency of your own inherent worth. The peace you seek is a choice. The joy you desire is a choice. The abundance you dream of is a choice. It is all an inside game. And so, you stand now at the precipice of a new reality. The tools are in your hands. The wisdom is in your heart. You are not a victim of your circumstances. You are the architect of your reality. You are not a passive receiver of a predetermined fate. You are the powerful broadcasting tower of your own experience. The universe is not your judge, it is your mirror. Flawlessly and lovingly, reflecting back to you the signal that you choose to send. You hold the tuner. You write the music. You are the signal. The question is no longer, how do I get it? The only question left to ask is this: right now, in this very moment, what frequency are you choosing to become?